Hey everyone. I guess I need the microphone. It's probably necessary. I will just beam my thoughts at people. See if you can figure out what I said there. I don't know what I said there, but if you can figure it out, then it's... Well, stop reading my mind, weirdo. Jeez, what the hell? I don't read your mind. So I'm pretty certain I've dated a few women who would love for me to have read their mind. I mean, yeah. Just saying. Gotta do the usual links in the Discord and then quick message or two for wish listing, and then I'm good. And I'll continue working on the disaster that was moving everything back from 5.7. Good times, really. Don't use 5.7. It's the first truly non-functional version of Unreal Engine. Which is impressive, because they've released some real garbage over the years. 5.7s. On a whole other level. I'm actually even kind of impressed at how bad it is. Vibe coding should be outlawed when on Unreal Engine. Like the people at Epic should be outlawed. Not be allowed to vibe code when working on Unreal Engine. I don't care if they vibe code us. I need to vibe code all they want otherwise, but don't vibe code Unreal Engine. Also, I'm crooked a bit. Sometimes you just gotta vibe code Unreal Engine. And thus basic functionality no longer works. Alright. Should about cover all that, I guess. Maybe. Sure. Now I need my list of crap to do. This is my crap to do. First things I'm going to do is copy everything over from 5.7 that I updated. Just so I can delete that, 5.7 copy that I don't care about. Which one is the 5.7 though? That's a good question. I guess this is the non-5.7. I opened them both up.
Hello there.
Hey Lepus, how's it going? Really, that shrunk down, nice. Where'd you go, buddy? Pal, friend? Okay. I have 2 instances of Unreal Engine open at the moment, and I imagine it's just being ridiculous. It is a lot to ask of it, to be fair. How's your evening going? Oh, I guess it's day for you. Evening for me, but I suppose the rest of the world exists too. I guess. Suppose. Apparently it being morning caused an explosion in the background. That's what that weird noise was, apparently. This is like perfect morning music. It's like RPG Maker morning music. You wake up in a small village. You are surrounded by all kinds of lame people like Harold. You've been given a quest to go through the world's most generic forest. After starting in the world's most generic starting town, that for some reason has exactly one room that someone spent a disgusting amount of time decorating, and everywhere else looks incredibly plain. You encounter default mobs. It's a rat and a slime. Two things that are common to every RPG forest. If my boss show up so I can lose work from it. I'm like, oh. I see. But at your new work, will they let you sit there and, you know, hang out in the chat all the time? It's an important benefit. Imagine not hanging out in the chat all the time. Weird. I just have to copy things straight over from here. Not that one. Did I open the same one twice? Working from home? Damn, this is an upgrade. Where's all the updated information? I updated these menus, and they're not updated anymore. Huh. I did open the right version, right? Option. Oh, yeah. That just means you can do game dev when no one's looking. Eh? Eh? Maybe I didn't keep the one with all the code changes. That'd be unfortunate. You wake up in a steampunk forest, and this is the music playing in your RPG Maker game. Ha! Surrounded by all the waifus because you bought only the female character stuff for your RPG Maker game. God, the number of people I saw who fit that bill. Can't say I blame them. Just saying, you know, if you're gonna buy anything. I think I opened the wrong one. So, you didn't see me making fun of RPG Maker and all the people who buy only the waifus for it? And describing the world's most generic start to one of their games? Man. I think I threw up in the back of my mouth at the thought of what I described too. Just a little bit. It's just blah. I don't know how I ever ended up in that community. I don't even like turn-based RPGs. I haven't for years. I get this information here. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. These. Like, I had it all nice, and then, you know, I didn't. And I don't want to do it again. Not when I don't have to. Keeps cutting. No. But all my comedic timing has gone to waste. Damn it. Damn it. Why didn't you copy paste an async load? Well, I don't understand. Why did I do it that way? It's weird. Hopefully your new job will have better internet. And by new job, better, I mean you'll have your home internet, and hopefully that's better than the current internet. Maybe? Maybe? Guess I should hit this as an output just in case. I don't think it matters that much, but you never know. I don't remember the changes I made to this necessarily. Unfortunate for certain. Just connects directly into this. And I need this widget here. I was really wise the first time I did this. I don't feel so wise now, so I'm not gonna recode it when I could just copy paste from the other project. I have limited wisdom when it comes to game dev. Eventually it all gets spent. I'm making more waifus. Yes. Which is truly the only real use of wisdom. If you're not making waifus with it, what are you even doing with your time? Seriously. I wonder what the copy paste string really looks like for these little blueprints in there. I mean, it's obviously a bunch of text that somehow comes up with what they need, but I wonder what it looks like. Open dev menu. Might as well clean this up a little bit, you know? Wish I could easily compare the differences in these things. I don't really remember all the differences I made, though. I did need to copy that over, so that should be that crap. Whatever it is. Oh, it's in the dialogue. That makes sense. Did I make that change? Interaction check has it, doesn't it? Yeah, the setup menu and stuff right here. That was the change I couldn't remember. This is to prevent the HUD dialogue from not being deleted when opening another dialogue at the same time, because it'll just play people talking in the background. Can't have that. It's about sending a message. I don't know what the message is, but we're sending. Full send. Oh, can't delete output. Actually, I don't think it'll even let me delete output, to be fair. I look forward to skipping 5.7. Like, I don't think I'm even going to try it again. I think I'm just going to leave it off as it is. I can't think of what it brings to the table, but I can sure think what it screws up, and I don't want to deal with it anymore. Oh, this is like the boss music from one of the disastrous versions of And Remember Tomorrow. That game, I swear I should make a video on just what a disaster of every mistake that could have been made I made on that game. Including changing the main character and the overall gist of the plot. And moving too early in the story. Like, I watched something from Writer Thing explaining that, you know, you should, a lot of writers make this mistake of starting their story too early in the actual event, things like that, like with things that could have just been better done as a flashback, and that's what I should have done. I actually started the character story probably 2 years before I should have. I could have just flashed back the events of the thing and it would have been way better. But instead I tried to make a gameplay out of things that just were never intended to be a game. Don't turn books into games. Books don't make very good games. No. Like, it takes so much to convert a book over into an actual script for a game. I saw that. It was rough. Weapon spawning, you say? I'm pretty certain that was a HUD change. I remember I tried to fuse two different game ideas together as well. And that just... The more I look back at that, the more I remember all the horrible mistakes I made. And the more I want to cut things from this game just so I don't make the mistakes again. This game. Definitely benefited from all the mistakes I made on that one. So... I swear I made a change to switching the active tarot to improve this, and I don't remember what the change was. See if I can find it. I would say the other game had higher stakes, but to be fair, you're trying to get your body back if possible and rescue your friend. So in this game, and you died already, so I think the stakes are very similar. I'm sorry. Things went wrong. Did I make changes? I could have sworn I did. I'm just comparing it against this one over here. They're identical, so... Sadly, I only have the one screen. I think I increased the retriggerable delay, and that was about it. And it only moderately helped the problem. It's a big issue. I don't have a good solution yet, though, I don't think. Unless I change this up. I don't think I did, though. I did not. I guess that was all I did, was change one little dumb thing. It helps a lot. Not having those white tarots to move through is going to be pretty important. That'll make it easier. Those really screwed up the selector. I think that was it. I think that was everything I wanted from this version. Unless I changed to Poppet's weapon spawn over here. It's possible I did. Might as well double check before I close it. So much of this stuff is like old code that had, you know, accounted for things that aren't even there anymore. Which is kind of weird. But I also don't have a very big reason to change it either. I don't recall ever even opening that graph in the last 2 months. So I can pretty much assume that's not the one. I think that's it. I think that was the last change I made. I can't think of anything else. Unless I'll check my list and see, but... Any other references to the disaster build? I don't see it. It's like I can dump the disaster build. Nice. That'd be the world's easiest fix, just because anytime I can cross something off the list immediately, I just do it. Okay, maybe I need to be that big. 1.3 probably would have done it. Welcome back. I just copied all the stuff from the disaster build over, so I don't have to, probably from 5.7, so I don't need that anymore. Now I'm just going through and fixing everything from this list. I really need to fix projectiles. That's a critical bug. I just entered an RPG Maker town, apparently. Time to go buy the best equipment, loot everywhere for items, and then leave. The secret to every town and every RPG. Find stuff, loot, leave. Good. Actually, I'm just gonna use Project Default. I don't want it to ever... The other. I'm also kind of blocking this monitor. Let me adjust everything to the side a bit. Oh, that sucks. The way you have work set up there is so weird. I don't know what kind of business you have that allows for all the bizarreness of it, but it is truly an interesting thing. You can just faff off and, you know, work on whatever you want, sitting there, just hang out in chats. Power goes out, water goes out. You don't even know what your next job is. I mean, like there's so many questions. supposed to block visibility. I don't understand why it's not. Because there's no simple collision on here. Oh, let me fix that. This is the work I have to do. This stack of magic cards, I need to go through and grade them. I've been lazy about it though, but I should make over $100 by doing that. I just haven't felt like it. It's confidential? It's fair. I guess this is close enough. I guess complex collision doesn't necessarily block visibility very well. You must face the confidential boss. Oh no! That's what this music is, the confidential boss. Nobody knows about the confidential boss. Just assume the confidential boss exists. I just make sure I couldn't get through there. Fair. I mean, you know, there's good money in Magic if you're in a place where they can actually buy the cards. For grading things. And trading them. If I was smart, I never would have touched game dev, and I just would have done that, I'd be filthy rich by now. Instead, I'm dumb. I decided I liked game dev. Mistakes were made. I need to control shift test that. And the city's H load is retarded right now, right? That's what I'm hearing. I thought this was a 5.7 bug, but here we are. With it being retarded. That's fair. I had a cousin who started. He's a pilot now. That was the building one. What was I doing? Yeah, like that. Yeah. It's one of those first world games. If you're not in the first world, it's just not a thing. That's right. I adjusted the number back to exactly what it was anyway. And now you can see it. Just saying. Yeah, it's not. It's dumb. It's definitely dumb. It's not something that you would ever really worry about. I'm thinking of getting rid of these partitions, some of these partitions. I also might lower this number a bit, but I think I actually had it high for a reason. That's a pretty big thing there. I mean, it's this one right here, and then this is the building one. So the main one's just pretty far. I should be able to see across most rooms. Obviously, the city one is huge, but okay. Alright, that should fix that problem. All you need to do is just move to the US. Find plenty of collections here. Most people drive around, all they do is hunt down collections. buy them at like 60% of their the tradable value for them, because the tradable value and the actual financial value are never the same. Then go and resell them for 70 to 80% of that value of the financial value. So you bought it, no, 78% of the trade value. So like, yeah, basically net 10-20%. You'll go buy a $10,000 collection, resell it, get $1,000, and smile and move on. Or you trade that $1,000 things just, you know, for a 10% gain. I've done that plenty of times. Back when I didn't have neck issues, that helped a lot. Neck issues make it pretty hard. Zero out of 10 do not like. Neck problems. Magic trading was good. Man. When you went to the big tournaments for Magic, it was great. You just go to a big tournament there and you just trade for profit the whole time. Time you leave that weekend event, you probably made 10K. But it's in trade value, so until you sell it, you can't even be taxed on it. Because you're not taxed for owning Magic cards. You're only taxed for making money. And so then you leave with, you know, now like $20,000 Magic cards. You show up with like 10,000 and, you know, you probably can sell the extra 10,000 for about 60 to 70%. 60% easy, 70% harder. Or you just keep it and you trade it again because now you have $20,000 to trade and you're just trying to gain percentages of that. You aren't the only one doing it though, so you know. It will be interesting for certain. This is kind of a mess. A moose. Baby moose. But you can't do that in a non-first world country. To be honest, you really can't do it anywhere besides the US, as far as I know. You might be able to do it in Japan. I don't know. You can probably do it with both Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon as well, but I don't know much about those markets, so I can't really say if that's true or not. Some of the best money is you can pick up what's known as bulk rares. There's like all these rares that are worth basically nothing, and you get people like 10 cents per in cash. And a lot of times it's like anything that's like below like, you know, $1 or something, you do that. Sometimes people put real value in there, but most of the time it's just saying below $1. Then you can just immediately take those and often get like 30 or 40 cents per for a lot of them, not all of them, and they're actually just leaving a box and they go up in value. And you end up with a lot of them. Like at one point I had 25,000 of them. And, you know, every week I just pull another $100 out of them because it was real easy. And I'd be into that $100 for maybe $10. So it was a good, real gains. I'll grab a box real fast. One second. This is a box of Magic Rares. I have a couple of them still. I didn't sell them all. Used to be like one rare per pack. So you just think of all the times someone failed and opened a packing, and this is the crap they got. I always think of the amount of sadness involved with that. It's beautiful. There's so many of them. I don't know what any of them are worth. I honestly don't care. To be fair, I don't care. I let them sit there for like, I don't know, forever. And I'll show up a few months later, maybe a year later, and they just go up in value. You're smart, you trade them up into greater value. Like, Like this flying car that I traded my way into, it's worth like $500 and something at the moment. I bought it for 300. Yeah. I know I can get more than that if I want, whenever I feel like it. I have a guy who wants to give me 356 for it, so I instantly get 56 bucks whenever he pays me, but I don't care. That's the best thing. I don't spend any money on anything other than picking up more cards to just hold on to. I pay for rent, power, and like food. And other than that, I think it's the most valuable card I have at the moment. I have some like $300 and $400 ones as well. I don't tend to hold on to valuable cards if I can avoid it. Yep, expensive cards. You just collect expensive cards, and I usually trade them and make 10% every time I trade it. So I'll trade that card probably for like $550 if it's 500 worth of stuff, and then I'll go trade the $550 of stuff for 55 additional dollars. So we have the 605, and then I'll get $60.50 bonus each time. So I'll keep trading like that. Doesn't work well when you have neck problems, though. That definitely barred a lot of my plans. That's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's alright, it's alright. But you can make a lot of money. Every day's made like lawyer wages. Just like, oh, I worked 8 hours, made $1,000. Nice. Then I decided, for some reason, I wanted to do game dev. Don't ask, I'm dumb. There's no other explanation, I'm dumb. I did save up a lot of money, so I was able to do it for quite a while. Had not been for health problems, I could have just gone forever. I needed projectiles, right? Yep, magic trading's fun. I gotta find someone to buy out my current collection. If my camera wasn't currently being used on my phone, I would take a picture of all the sealed product I have sitting over there. I have like a few $1,000s in sealed product or something at this point. I get rid of it all the time, so I probably won't have it for very long, but I traded for it. I didn't pay for it. I mean, I technically did pay for it. I made profit every time, so I've basically gotten it all for free and lived off it too. It's pretty good. I think right here I'm missing something important. Destroyable true. I'm a little confused what's going on this one. I don't recall making changes to this at all. Probably missing a tag. Yep, move to the US. Trade magic cards, trust me. There's good money. Wait. Oh, it definitely could be. You can definitely make thousands every day. Especially if you're not lazy. It's very easy to not even like you know, clear 3,000 every month just hanging out at my local shop for a handful of hours a day. And you have to try. Sometimes I clear a lot more. When I got my own place, cleared way more than that shit. I pay taxes on all of it, so it's not like some secret. It's literally just in there. Always pay your taxes. I don't know what's going on with this. Needs to be figured out. This, I'm gonna need a lot more information than what I have right now. I'll just start it here. If it doesn't make it to Poppet, then well, I have other problems to worry about. I mean, unless you like live the rich life, I maybe do. I don't know. Is that what happens? You just like, you know, balling? I get it. I don't think it's even reaching this point because it would hit destroyables and things like that. I bet you it's not. I'm not gonna waste time putting the others down yet. I'm gonna see if it even hits this point. Doesn't add mesh down? Excellent. Yeah, if I was willing to travel, you can make so much more money. Also, if I wanted to scan the bulk cards more often, I've done it for so many years that I just don't care. I've done it for like 8 years. Like before all the health problems, I had like, what, like 12K liquid cash and like 6 figures in assets or something. Fast forward past, you know, 5+ years of medical bills and I do not have those things anymore. No. No, I don't. But, you know, before all the problems, I was doing very well. Then I decided game dev was a good idea. It obviously was not, like, so far. Like, unless I make $1 million, then it's totally worth it, you know. It's not even reaching the first of those. Good to know. All right. I think I made some changes early on somewhere. All right, well, we'll just go down the list here and see what we see. Well, you can't be in the third world. You see, you gotta, or the second world, or whatever that counts as. You gotta be in the U.S. I don't even know why I'm saying first. There's the rest of the world, and then there's the U.S., okay? Like, but to be fair, where I'm at right now is very expensive, too. But if you're willing to travel, you can actually make a lot. If you're not willing to travel, yeah, you'll make less. Yeah. You should definitely escape there. That place sounds terrible. mean, I'd accept just about anywhere over there, to be honest. It's true. Actually, it's not true. There's a lot of places over there I wouldn't want to be in. There some are worse, but you know. Just save up every bit of money you can. Don't ever spend it on anything you don't need to spend it on, and get out of there faster. It'll do. Trouble is, those things also fire a projectile. And I don't want something else that fires a projectile because it's annoying to keep track of. Ah, it's midnight here. Nice. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it never hits 4. Why? I'm assuming it's ignoring other actors that aren't that, so I need to know what this array is, basically. Because I made this thing to try to deal with, it hitting the wrong things, and it didn't, cause some problems, but, Print string. So as far as I can tell where I'm at, the internet's like the worst place to make money. And if you're in some place that's like not a first world country, the internet's a way better way to make money because the amount you make is so low that it's not even enough to live here. Unless you're in like the top 5% of streamers or something. Then maybe you could live off it here, but otherwise, probably not. Basically, it's always hitting itself. But it seems like that's always just how it is. It just hits itself. Yeah. Like I say, yeah. If you're not in a first world country, selling things on the internet seems really good. Because you get to live a much cheaper life than I would lead here, where everything is grossly expensive, so you can live off a lot less. Here, it's not gonna work out so hot. So yeah, should probably make a lot of things for Fab, to be honest. This was a dumb setup. thought about taking my Metroidvania map system and putting it on there, because the one that was on there was very different and very crap by comparison. But, haven't got through yet. All right, so hey Sarah, how's it going? I feel like my logic on this is reversed. No, this is the ignoring choice, so if they're not equal to the other actor, it's just reversed. I just have the logic backwards. I'm busy fixing all the problems I found yesterday. Including the projectile problem where the projectiles just wouldn't hit anything anymore. Kind of a big problem. Kind of need those. Obviously works a lot better now. My new system just had a slight logic problem. Seems I can probably reappend this on here. There's a new system to make it ignore the owner of the projectile and the projectile itself, because believe it or not, in Unreal Engine, an object can hit itself. Seems dumb, that shouldn't be a possibility, but it sure as hell is. They in fact can hit themselves. You think that would just be the default, that they can't hit themselves, because that's... Why would you ever want it to hit itself? As soon as you spawn a projectile, it would just destroy itself because it hit itself. Like, what are we talking here? That's so weird. That one's like, you know, just giving a little meeting there. I always have to make the Empress stronger, because Temperance and the Fool are so much better than the Empress. Of course, the Empress can heal, but the power level of it and the star is just so much higher than the Empress, which is just garbage. It's gonna be hard to balance so many weapons that attack from different methods. For certain. Should fix that problem. I figured my code was fine farther on, and it's just the area change that was an issue. I should really test my code a little more thoroughly. But if Epic doesn't test their code, why should I test mine, right? Run with it and hope it works. Vibe code it. Fucking vibe coding. Yeesh. Do 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 do. Where did I write this? It's here somewhere. Right here. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I'm doing so much stuff right before the stream. I'm losing the fight. Right back. Bit of a party foul there. Definitely knocked my beer over. Well, I guess my ale over. So I was like cleaning that up. I lost a little of it, a little off the top. So it's fine. I was in fact quite sad though. I'm just like, Nyah. I have like 29 concurrent viewers on YouTube. What happened? I guess YouTube just likes me today for some reason. Did I get rated? Oh wait, I can't get rated on YouTube because they won't let you unless you have 1,000 subs. You never know. Maybe it's the sleepers. Imagine waking up and just having me staring at you. It's one of those, like, you know, streams where it's just me. I'm just streaming just for you kind of thing. SCP streamer? I mean, sure. Alright, gotta go fix this here. Because it is a floating. Okay, that's not what I thought would happen, but sure. Why didn't I move the whole thing down at the same time, you ask? I'm silly. That's why. It lives on top. It is happy. You're not questioning it. Or do. You question if you want, but it's fine. Alright, so... where was that one even at? I don't even know. Right here. I should probably actually just delete them. Because the simple reality of the matter is I'm never going to go back to this list later and have to keep scrolling through to find the ones that I recently did. I want to test something here to solve this issue with my spawning in NPCs. Because I have a system that spawns them in if you get within a proximity of them, and it just doesn't seem to work very well because you can't guarantee the stuff in the room will spawn fast enough. So a lot of times they'll fall through the item and be stuck in there, and that is terrible. It's fine if they're going to spawn on like the ground, but it's terrible if they're going to spawn on something that spawns in the room. So perhaps instead of doing it the way I'm doing it, I instead just have them be a specific enemy that's just spawned in with the room itself in like the data layer. I'm gonna test it because I've been fighting with this NPC thing for a while and I don't really have a good solution for it. The solution is just that's it. That's the solution. Just okay. All right, so well, that's right, it's actually it got moved to the Puppet Master. I could also try to make the Puppet Master work better, but I would need to have some sort of check to see if things had all spawned in time. Is that really worth it to try to move between the data layer and the, you know, this here? It seems like a lot of extra effort to pass that information back and forth. So what I'm going to try first is the data layer method, and if that fails, oh wait, I need counter table, right? Used to have all these other ones, don't have anymore. Probably should copy all the stuff out of 2 onto here so I can have them all. There's something like 90 rooms, by the way, or something that are very close. So I have to make 90 different spawn tables. I guess that's wrong. Certain rooms don't have spawn tables. If no enemies spawn in them, or if they have a boss, then they don't need a spawn table. Because the boss spawns in with a different spawner that locks you into the area. And only spawns if you haven't already beaten them. Whereas this one just keeps spawning things around you to be annoying as much as it can. Alright, so Forbidden Toys room. I love map variables, but the fact that I can't reorder them sucks. Easier than an array to find things though, but I wish the rooms could be in a particular order and they aren't. If I had a new room and it's like, you know, in chapter 1, it's hard to tell. It used to be each chapter was in its own encounter table, so it wasn't so bad, but now that they're all on the same map, it's not the same. It used to be that's how I differentiate them. Now, unless I just told the player that they have a, you know, if you're on a particular chapter, then this is the encounters. But if you go back, then you'd be in the other chapter, so I'd have to constantly change that. So it'd have to be like 2 chapter indicators, one for the save file and one for the enemy spawner. At that point, I'm not sure I'd even call it a chapter. I just wanted this. And Oliver. This is Oliver. He's adorable. He is, of course, in one of the toy prisons, so, you know, with a warning not to cuddle him, so he's probably safe to cuddle. I don't know why I even bothered to copy the location. I don't really care. Alright, so now we just data layer him and see what happens. Because, yeah. Why not? Okay, and then we'll go to this other one and just clean those out and see if it works better. Now that I've discovered that data layers are secretly the single greatest memory, management system in the entire thing, and you should never use anything but them. Yeah. My entire opinion of things has changed drastically. I still don't want to spawn in a bunch of predetermined enemies in a room because Unreal Engine doesn't like that. It just doesn't like that. I have some incredible memory management, like, even a master system that runs one AI for all of them, and it still doesn't like that. You want to stay above 60 FPS, you should probably keep it under like 10 enemies in a room. I think this will work way better. I didn't bother to turn off the little thingy. Yeah. The only door that's open. But it looks like they don't keep respawning those, so I think if it doesn't work very well because of the way the data layers work, if you don't get far enough away, it doesn't completely unload the data layer. Like, I'll have to go really far away, but if I step in the room and step back out, it won't do it. Instead I have to go probably out somewhere like here. Or not. Yeah, I don't think my system for that's going to work very well. I think that there's just certain things that aren't going to be acceptable. Unless I can get far enough away. We'll test it another time. I can go a little farther away. Still have to decorate this room. This should easily be far enough away. I'm trying to unload the data layer completely. But it does not look like it's going to work, so... And that's unfortunate. Alright. Well, I had a test. I have one other spawner that can spawn in too. I could try to fix the NPC one though. Because I need a solution to this. It's obviously not okay, but I just don't know what it's going to be. So those are both back. It's possible maybe his spawn location is just off. Like, let's try that. I can also set his default mode to flying and just have him always fly. Which would not be the worst, I guess. Maybe he was just in the wrong location. Maybe. Let's see. I did move everything. It used to kind of work, so... By kind of, I mean it actually worked. No, it does not. Well, he spawned in that time, but let's run out of the room first. We'll despawn at a distance. I might need to make the NPC spawns a little bigger. He spawned in this time. Hello. Why, hello there. Now you seem to be working okay. Yeah, when I got here the other time, you did not work. Well, I mean, in theory, I want to have him give Charlotte's bedroom key, not the hidden grotto key, and I want to put the hidden grotto key over here, I think. And I'll have him AoE thing where if you try to enter her room with her standing there, she'll just kill you, but that's a future me problem. Current me is trying to figure some stuff out. I think the hidden grotto key was like set here originally. Yeah, there's like a hidden grotto key. I guess I don't have to have her stand there. I could just have you open Charlotte's bedroom and not have her show up. In which case I would just give a key from, have Oliver give it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna stop one at the other. I don't know. I might have you come back to her room. I could, in theory, move her room too. But you're supposed to be her toy, so you being left by her room for her to, you know, play with later is kind of why you're at where you're at. Right? It doesn't make any sense for them to just put the toy somewhere else. Just I guess I just don't have Charlotte standing here. Because if the door's, you know, closed, she would never enter this room. And she would only stand outside and watch him, but she's not supposed to go in the room. There's even a little thing talking about out here, which your dad's saying not to go in the room. Too dangerous to play with? Yeah. So she would never go in this room. And Oliver's too stupid to have gotten out, unlike all the other toys. Actually, canonically, he was just so annoying that the person who came through last time didn't let him out. He just found him annoying. But she let the others out. He's also too far ahead. There's also two of them now. Why does it spawn slightly too far ahead? What is this song? Some of these tracks are interesting. I'm gonna keep this one set aside to check for later. Make certain it doesn't get a YouTube copyright. I paid for the rights to use all of them, but that doesn't mean anything. Some jerk will come along and put a copyright on it, even though they didn't even make it. Sometimes the people I paid for the rights to use it will do the same thing, and it's just like, wow. Like some of the Dark Fantasy Studio songs get copyright claims on them, even though I paid for them, the rights to use them. It's very sad. Very sad. I wonder if I got the sleepers though. I'm really starting to question that. YouTube suddenly has 30 people watching, and they're in the same 30. And I mean, Sarah's one of them, obviously, but they never talk. Keep buying it. Where are you? You moved him back and suddenly he doesn't spawn? Mm. Oh. Load your hat up. He works. I might leave it like that. Otherwise, I have to make a cutscene setup, and I'm not sure I want a cutscene there, to be honest. When you're a solo dev, cutscenes are usually not a great plan. They take a huge amount of time because you're basically just making movies, and they'll take as long as making games half the time. And you don't really get a lot of gameplay out of it. Like, the time, it's just however long it takes to watch the cutscene. So you really don't want to put a lot of cutscenes in your solo dev game. If you have a team, hey, you do whatever you want, but I do not. I think they can spawn inside the water here. That's why they're dying over and over. Let's mod this stuff. Little things you never think about, that maybe, just maybe, you would want to put something in so the enemies don't spawn in the death pit. Or think they can walk in the death pit. Hear me out. They should not be walking in the death pit. Trust me on this. It's weird. I know it sounds fun, but that's like a Mr. Ballin video waiting to happen. 3 places toys should not go, and the toys that went there. Why is it not eliminating those? Oh, it just wasn't high enough? Okay. Or I guess the toys that went there anyway. I forgot that part. Oh. I probably just want to leave this as part of the building. Otherwise, they have to recalculate the nav every time, and that seems like a silly thing I'm doing with my time. To be honest, this should actually be lower. Yes, you are going to recalculate the nav every time I do this. That is true. You're not wrong. Everywhere there's a water trough, I'm going to have to do exactly this. It's okay. That's a future me problem. I'm just gonna start deleting the ones I've already done. Normally it's kind of nice to have things showing that you made stuff so you actually have an idea like how much you've accomplished in a day, but hear me out. It's also annoying to have to scroll through things to try to figure out where everything is. You know? Also gonna copy them up here so it doesn't say I have 40 anymore. That just makes me sad. Every time I see it, I'm just the saddest person ever. Just hear me out. That's annoying. It just makes me think that, you know, I haven't, I have so much left to do. And I do, but it'll look like a lot less, you know, when it doesn't say 40 there. And yeah. Yeah. It's kind of a kick-in track. Which one are you? I don't know if I'm using the game or not, but sometimes you just, you know, set them aside just in case. You know, it looks like I have 31 to do. My sanity is so much happier for it. I might just make certain NPCs fly. Like if Oliver flies, then I don't have to worry about him. Same thing with you know, Bugaboo and all these ones like that. Like if they just default fly, in theory they should always spawn and not fall through anything. He is defaulting. Maybe there's just something there. I don't know. think it might be a problem with it despawning and then it's not spawning back in. So at a distance it'll spawn away, like. Maybe. Huh. Yeah, give it the permanent tag. Both of them will have it. Oops, fingers off the keys. Well, that's an interesting sounding one. It's basically a little bell noise, and whenever I hear that, I always think that it's like toys. We're gonna despawn a distance. I might make the distance farther apart, but in fact, I probably will. Why don't you despawn? Oliver despawns. What if I leave the room and come back in? Are you the one spawning it in? Am I still using this method for her? I am not. Well, this spawner is more complicated than the other one, kinda. Trying to move, trying to escape. Now, like the new portal spawn, just do I even care about the new portal spawn? Everything just portals in. I'm just gonna leave them in town. I don't care. But Oliver despawns at a distance. I wonder why she doesn't. Have dialogue. They don't have can interact on, but that shouldn't be. Can act, portal spawn, NPC. Uses gasp, and that's kind of about it. Maybe that was like a boss tag or something. Hmm. So boss is the same as having a permanent on there? Well, it does say boss on it, but you don't fight her here, so it doesn't really matter. I'm not even gonna put enemy on there. Then we'll just say NPC for now. Like there'll probably be a, there'll be a boss version later, sure, but not this one. I forgot she was even in the game because I just have so many other things going on. I don't think I need to think of a boss that you're gonna fight later. I needed one extra boss to fill something in. I don't need that anymore. She has to have a place in the game because she was the last boss of the RPG Maker Game Jam version. In a simpler time, in a simpler place. The boss is probably better, I think, because actually boss means it'll just stay everywhere. She still does. And then Oliver doesn't. Never get that area, just do a validated get. It solves all problems. Hmm. Basically, if it's not valid, I'm just going to have it make an array out of the projectile itself because, if you don't do that, it can actually hit itself, which is still stupid. Oops. Come on. Eventually. What am I doing? Fix that. I won't get that error. Hints for the music thingy. Do that really quick. It's easy to do. Make it super easy. I think it's like E3, F3. I don't remember. This is just to remind myself that it exists. Maybe I'll put a picture of a piano later. So it's like E3, F3, F3, E3, F3. This is actually wrong. This should actually be that. So. Yeah. So that's actually like that. And then this should actually be F3. I'll make it better later, but you know, it'll be fine. Things spawn there, so I don't want one there. Could have fallen on the ground. Can be slightly off kilter too, just to mess with people. I didn't include a text transform? Interesting. I wonder why I didn't. I can't seem to find it for some reason. Double check the chat, make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope. Ah, yeah, the crap collision over here. Remember this? Oh, all these books need to be in the thing. They could all be on the ground too, for that matter. I don't know, I'm gonna move them around and add a bunch of things, but for now. Gotta have something. Something functional, not great, just functional is fine. Then right here, mistakes were made. Let's not do that and say we did. Blocking volume. Yes. That's fine. I just get caught on the floor up here, so I just wanted a big thing to make certain that didn't happen. It's not like the worst thing ever, but might as well smooth it out some. Seems pretty good. This one's concerning. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about that one yet. I guess the mini blockers should be immune to knockback, because otherwise they just kind of get juggled and they're lame. And to be honest, they're pretty lame so far as is, so they need to get a bunch of attacks. Like they need to be like mini little, like little mini bosses essentially. That's what I want them to be. But that's a future me problem. Right now, I just want them immune to knockback. Oops. Immediate launch. Green track. Add these to my ones to look at later. There's gold. I guess they have these little treasure boxes, but could just make a unique item for them. It's supposed to drop a specific amount of gold, but I think that I didn't set it up very well for that. Of course, they are a unique enemy, and they never come back, so... It could be okay that they hand out a lot of gold. Unfortunately, item cost is using both a random and the item info here. So if the items you just uniquely the same amount every time, then that doesn't matter. If I want enemies to drop random amounts of gold, I mean, I could just have these like different levels of chests and they all drop their own unique thing, but they have like a range that they drop. I can also make different painting blockers for later. Yeah, item cost connecting to variable amounts kind of weird. Why did I do it that way? I mean, I guess I could just go through and adjust the whole thing. It would mean I wouldn't have to make a 9 million items, but the reality is I'm only going to make so many items anyway. It's mostly for money. That's the one that changes the numbers. But still, item cost being 100 makes no sense. There's literally no sense. Then I'll have to go through and refill in every single item drop for every enemy if I make this change. But if I remove this one thing here, this item cost, and just have it be whatever the variable amount is of the item, like if I just did this and drop this here, I could just change it on the various items and not have to change it on every enemy. Option, I could have every enemy drop some amount of gold potentially. I don't really want to change it on every single enemy because there's quite a few of them at this point. I mean, there's like 15 or 16 of these things. I have to put it all back. I'm guessing for games like Castlevania, only have like, you know, increments of money too, right? Various money bag things or gems or whatever. That's always a fixed amount it gives. I don't think it gives any kind of random amount. So I could have like one, you know, 25, 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000. And that's all I'd have to make. I doubt I have to make more than 1,000. Where's all the treasure from? There's like no treasure bag. Hey, mouse tie? Hey, mouse, what are you doing, buddy? Pal friend. I mean, I could just do different colored coins instead of money bags. It would be a lot easier, I suppose. Hard to see the coins though, they're kind of small. I guess the coins could get progressively larger. Kind of a bizarre setup there. Where's it from? I guess I just didn't see it. Fair enough. Yeah, it's right there. I don't really have a money bag. I kind of see the bigger and bigger coin idea. Maybe I'll just do that. Change its color, bigger and bigger and all that. So if I'm change its color. You have no option to change color? Meter color tint? Sure. To remind myself how to even do this. Hey, Phoenix. Oh yeah, I just put a picture in the background of my city. It's like editor and then pretty soon just background. Like general appearance and then yeah, you go to background brush and you can just put whatever picture you want. No plugin required. Just built in the engine. Yeah, one day I got bored and decided to change it around. Just now you can align it too and everything like that. Where there's an option to not have a stretch. Can tile it too. If I tile it, then it might not keep shrinking all the time too. Might actually be better. Yeah. But yeah, if you do no tiling, actually, yeah, if you do the tiling both ways thing, then it actually doesn't stretch it. Actually, I could have just selected that. I think like no tile. I could just do fill, and in theory, that does the same thing. That's helpful. Yeah. I forgot it's even there. After a while, I just kind of, it's normal for it to be there. So true. It's just normal. But yeah. There are many good customizations, but that's a pretty good one. This is the one I can never remember. Create dynamic material instance and then set vector parameter value. Oh, right now these things drop too much money, and I was gonna set up a thing where it just had different coins of varying sizes and like colors to represent more amounts of money being dropped. Or something. I mean, I could just do different piles here too, but I figured I'd just change the colors and Yeah, the other option was to have it drop a random amount of money. I had to restructure the whole thing if I do that and basically give all the enemies their drops again if I do that. So I don't want to do that. Like, I don't think they need to give too random amount of gold. I could just have different, I could just make each individual thing it drops a random thing. I only need to do like maybe 8 different types of gold drops. If I want to do that. It just throws them on the ground in the world. Otherwise, I'm going through and I'm fixing my list of things from the test yesterday. It wasn't 40 something. As you can see, I've gotten rid of quite a few of them. I figure once I do all this, I will run another test. I don't know if that's happening tonight, though. It depends on how long this takes, and I suspect some of these take quite a while. Some of them are pretty nebulous of what I need to do. I got projectiles fixed, which was probably the most important fix of the thing. There's a lot of balance crap in here, too. But then there's things like Charlotte's bedroom needs to be finished. Like this could take an indeterminate amount of time. This is like an irrelevant bug. Like, who gives a crap if the pin disappears or not? Like, it's not even a big deal. It could just stay there because as soon as you leave the room, it'll vanish anyway, so who cares? I'm going to do a rebalance too because I made the thing too powerful because you can gain 3 new levels. I'm slowly kind of balancing as I go. As I get abilities completely locked in. It's kind of hard to balance before because I kept making drastic changes to what each thing did. It's like... yeah, it's kind of what I'm working on. That's usually the most effective method I have for getting something figured out is to just run a playtest, write down a list of things, and then attack the list. It's a good plan. Yeah. Balancing is annoying for everyone. But I have a working theory here. Yeah. I'm not balancing for the best players. I don't care about that. You know, like if you're like amazing at the game, congratulations. I'm balancing for kind of middle of the road. But I also don't think everything needs to be like the most perfectly balanced. This is not a competitive game. So I'm happy with you finding things that you've decided are overpowered to get the job done better than other things. That's fine. If everything is exactly balanced, and there's no point in using any one thing, you know, like everything is the same, right? So I'm just doing that, and it's a multiplayer game. I have to worry about everything being, you know, really, really balanced, but I don't like multiplayer games. It's true. All my homies hate multiplayer games. Yeah. And I have no desire to, you know, you can't turn this game into a multiplayer no matter what you did anyway, so it wouldn't make a difference. Like, it just doesn't work like that. Metroidvanias do not make good multiplayer games. No. They do not. Oops. I haven't been since so long I forgot. Yeah, I think that if you're into a multiplayer, you want to stick with the smaller multiplayer ones. It's like lobbies, so you can just use Steam servers to do your multiplayer because those are free. Anything bigger than that, where you have to pay for your own servers, is kind of out of the scope of what any kind of small group should ever try to do. Because how are you going to afford to upkeep those servers? Like, it's expensive. Take the free option. Do the party style game, or I like to call it friend slop, as I keep hearing all the place. I don't know how a game you play with your friends counts as friend slop now, but you know, whatever. Seems like a weird name to give something that's just you playing with your friends. But I think the main difference you need to worry about is instead of being able to just get player character, you have to worry about which player character you're getting. Like, I always get player 0 because there's only ever a player 0, but if I was, you know, doing a multiplayer, I'd have a variable attached to that where the 0 is instead, and I'd tell it which one I wanted to get each time. That'd make a big difference. So everything you do would have to worry about that. Which player you're accessing at any given time. Which would get pretty annoying. Let's set this to the side because I want to look at these variables. I don't remember how I did this. So this be this M coin thingy? Sure. I didn't make these, I guess I'll expose them on spawn just in case it matters later. I probably won't. I haven't even bothered to do the, I don't need that, the cinematic stuff yet. I'm not even sure I'm going to do that yet. I'll get there. Oh, well, thanks for dropping by and chatting. Good luck with customizing UE and whatever else you got to do today. I'll likely be here for a while yet if you get bored. Especially because YouTube has decided to grace me with 33 people watching. I don't know why it did. They're not talking. YouTube just decided. Twitch has 6 at the moment, but still. Cool. A captive audience. I mean, nothing. No escape for you, lad. Ho, 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 ho. Alright, so on this other side one I had and then dynamic material index, probably just 0, right? Because the material is just 1, right? Yeah, I'm just targeting 0, so that's fine. This doesn't have to change. And the parameter name I'm looking at is albedo tint color. I guess I can't. I can type that. Tint color. And then dynamic base color is right here. Okay. gotta do it right. It is element 0. I think I wrote it backwards. Mm. Mm. They wrote color tint. Has to duplicate the name, so. Now it's red, yay! Now it's whatever color I need it to be. What's it called? Base color. It'll default to white. And then we're gonna make children of this one here. Like money. I guess I could just number them. But on the parent, I need to set the things like that. So I'm gonna need another variable to dictate these things. I don't think I ever want this there at any point. That might cause problems later. We'll see. Such a weird way to do things. I don't know why I would want to do it that way, but not when I'm using it as a random chance option as well. Might need it for the shop items though. That's true. Bit of a sneezing fit there. This is the item bot. This is different. Update item info doesn't really include anything to do with that. Overlap sphere. That's collectible bot. This is not going to work the way I want. I think here I'm just going to set item cost for the variable amount there. Guess I don't know how much that matters here, but sometimes it matters for coins mostly. Otherwise, I'm just gonna have variable amount. I think, because the other one spawns in. Might need to make the change anyway. Interesting track. Kind of use half of them, but I guess I don't have to change that there if it just works on this. I mean, everything else is just one anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Well, variable amount's already a thing. Right. The variance. How's the variance calculated? Blanking on the math in this one. Actually, I think the projectiles have a damage option that explains it. If I don't have to remember how to do the math, it's always a lot better. Oh, you probably set it up at the very start, event begin play. We're not? Oh, it's right here. Oops. Sure, I can figure it out again, but yeah. Now I'll be able to have it drop a random, you know, amount of coins, you know, based on essentially a range. Nothing too crazy. Oh, thanks for the bits. 9. It's the German bits. How's it going, Weelorn? Need a variance calculation for bits. You enter the bits with a variable amount, and sometimes it adds like a couple extra, sometimes it takes a couple away. Just a random gamble. So the plan here is to do that, and then I'm going to have each of the children just have... I'm not even sure if I need a variance in there. I just put it on there because why not? But now I can make each child have... I can go to the place with all the children. That helps a lot. It is not the place with all the children. This is... Alright. This one can... Might just need to change the amount or something like that. It drops 1. It'll just always drop 1. There's no need to vary 1. Alright. Another child. Could have just duplicated this one. And then for this one here, I can dynamic base color it, and maybe this one will be like a blue. And this will be like, what, like a 5 point or something like that? Well, like, sure. And the amount, we'll do 5, and it can vary by 1 just for fun. The variance will get more and more. So sometimes it's 4, sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 6. What is the pecking order of coins? I guess there could be like a red coin that drops at this one here, just so it's more striking. Can't use white. I don't really want to ever use black. There needs to be, what, 8 coins? Because we're thinking like a 1, a 5, a 10. Probably like a 25, a 50, 100. I guess like a 500 and a 1,000, so yeah, 8. We actually have the crappier colors first, where you have like light blue and then like green or something like that. And later on, as you get to the darker colors, they're more valuable. It's not the worst. I can spell, I swear. And we'll vary it by 2. I'm just going to keep raising it by a variance of a little bit each time. Probably about 20%, I guess, variance either way. Seems reasonable to me. Let's make this a different color. I don't want to waste the good colors. These ugly light colored ones will be a mark of how sad your status is at the start of this game. Pathetic. To be fair, it doesn't even look that bad in those up here. It looks kind of garbage in here by comparison, but you know, hear me out. There's a listening only tag for Twitch? I didn't even know that. That should just be the default tag over on the YouTube one. No one ever talks on that one. Today I learned something new. To be fair, every day with Unreal Engine I learn something new. What I learn is often not always the best, but I learned something new. Sometimes I learn not to do something. A lot of times. Too bad I can't have a white coin. Yellow is kind of already a thing. It's, well, I guess this coin's, how different is this yellow versus the other? It's actually different somewhat. You can't really get the colors too slight in difference, because otherwise then people won't be able to tell. Like if I do kind of an orange, it would be a little better. I can also do just a straight up orange, but I think that would be so close to red. I probably do like a red, some kind of a pink, maybe a purple. The purple and pink are pretty close. Maybe I can make the purple darker. You can always do that. That's true. I could just do this. I could be like the most yellow of yellow that ever yellowed. Looks about the same up there, doesn't it? Didn't really change much. I forgot to enlarge sizes. Oops. Supposed to be 25, which means it'll vary by 5 either way. But all I have to do to vary sizes is by, you know, just simply go through and change a number in here. I don't have to do anything special. Unless I want to have a new transform set, which would involve me changing the transform instead of this. I don't think it's particularly more valuable. 11. This one can be... Actually, there might be a new transform. Bet you there is. I didn't see a size. New scale, yeah, there is. They can get progressively more obnoxiously large. Oh, these would be like 5, wouldn't they? That might be too big. I'm going to drop one in the world just to see what it looks like. Just a regular coin. So I can figure out the scale if I'm going to do like 0.1 to increase it, or if I'm going to do such a huge increase. Okay, that might be a little much, you know? Like you pick one of those up and, you know, by the time you get to 8, 8's going to look like this monstrosity. Like this other one here at 5 is, I mean, I don't even need to change the color with how big that is. It's crazy. Like over here. Yeah, it's like 5 and 5, I think. Oh, I suppose I would put it in the world too, just to get an idea of scope. Scale, I should say. I mean, maybe it's fine to do this. Why do I get the feeling you're both a 5? They are. Oops. This should be a 7 if we're gonna go with that scale change. You won't miss them. You'll definitely see the giant version. Be like, oh my god. Well, maybe that works. This one should actually be 1 smaller at that point. If that is true. I thought this would appear way bigger than it does. But it really doesn't seem to be quite as big as I thought. In fact, it still looks about the same size. Really? If I make that a 1, what happens? I didn't put the right one in the world, apparently. That's what it feels like happened. Is this the one that kept scaling up? Well, it's definitely larger. Maybe that's okay. I mean, this comes to maybe like Poppet's midsection, maybe. So you shrink this down 1 probably, and then just start increasing them all. This one is like the 4th one, so then be like an 8, and then I suppose I can just make them all in C. I can always just change things later if I don't like it. It's fine. So if that's the case, then this one should... I could just start these as like a 1. Just keep going farther and farther down. They're kind of small, so you don't really see them in the first place that well. Okay, that should... If I make these a 1, how small is that? That's not going to see it territory, I imagine. Well, maybe. Let me grab a Poppet and drop it next to it so I can get a good idea of scale. The good news is I can actually just drag all kinds of... Or I can just drag a character too. That would also be fairly acceptable. Though I usually like to size things based on the size of Poppet, so... Did I have a title Poppet? I thought I did. Okay. Well, I'll just put one here. It doesn't really matter. I just need a size thingy. Yeah, that's gonna be too small. You're not gonna see that. You would see those. Actually, I think they're some more adorable if they're this size. The oversized look is kind of funny in this game. Like, I think there's a real method to the madness on that one. So maybe we start at 5. What's a 10 look like, too? That's another question that I should probably ask. Well, no, because it'll be all the way to like 13. What's a 13 look like? Let's see. Oh god, it's huge. That might be comedically too big. But to be fair, I don't think anyone's ever upset to see giant coins in games. Like, ever. Have you ever thought to yourself, man, there's a giant coin over there, I hate it? No. Nobody thinks that. It's just Value Town waiting to happen. Everyone loves Value Town. And if you don't, quiet you, everyone loves Value Town. Yeah, so we'll make this a 6. I'll just do that. I'm just going to stick with the giant coin idea. Get rid of the treasure box idea. Instead, just have coins that are worth variable amounts of money and then throw them places. And if I want to get varying amounts, I can also just spawn in extras or something. $73, probably not. That's huge. Oops. All right, so I got 4 of them. Obviously, I don't need this one twice, but get an idea of scope here or scale there. Difference is pretty night and day on those ones there, unless I missed a number. No, I didn't. Why does it almost seem like I skipped one? Like the difference between those seems so huge. That's because this is farther back, that's why. Something made it. I take a quick bio break real fast. I'm starting to lose the fight with the old drink game. Plus I'm out of alcohol. But soon I'll have all more coins. It'll be great. Yes. I'll be right back. Well, look at the money. I've shown you the money. Aha. Alright, more coins. Aha! I didn't miss messages, right? YouTube does not typically ever say anything, so it's mostly done to miss messages on Twitch, but I can just duplicate this one. I don't know why I'm doing the other thing. It's a lot easier to do this. Wait. It actually changed the number for me, and then I changed it like an idiot. For once, Unreal Engine tried to have my back, and I failed. I failed bad. Hear me out, I didn't have to fail, but then I chose to fail. Like a pro. If I was gonna make it like, you know, 20% every time, I could have just calculated 20% instead of having to type in 20%. I mean, I'm not gonna do it now. I'm just gonna live with my shame, but you know, I could have not done that, and it probably would have been better. But I did. So yeah. More coins. Yes. I just need 8, and then I'll dictate when they drop later. You know what? Once again, it tried to be a homie and do it for me, and I forgot about it already and changed it to a 7. Sorry, Unreal Engine. I didn't mean it, buddy. I want to see the full picture. Here's your bright pink coin. Oh. Actually, they were going to stop at 12, not even the 13. Wait, I did... That one was 100. The next previous one was 50. Seems right. Maybe I just miscounted the numbers. Next one was 25, sure. The green one, I just didn't point them out. Six should be out here. And 6 is 100. And 500,000. Yeah, that's fine. Got confused for a second there. I'm like, did I forget one? Nope. Oops, don't do that. This track does not seem so bad. Not sure I'm gonna use it, but you might be able to get away with this. You, I mean me. I might be able to get away with it. What's the purple one look like in comparison to the others? Oh, you can tell that quite easy. 500 varies by 100. And then let's Drag it out there for my coin hoard. I guess this one's just higher up in the air. And that's why it seems so much a different size. Or not much of a different size. The variance between these does not seem that great, but to be fair, they're probably not lined up very well either. Yeah, they're definitely not. They're basically all over the place, but you get an idea of scope. It's fine. And number 8. Just make my life pretty easy. 1,000. Can vary by 200. Yeah. Yeah, I like the coins better. These don't look so different at all. That is not okay. I mean, they are different, but they're also pretty similar at a distance. Like, at this distance, they look almost the same. Like, there's much better distance difference between those two than this. That's why I put them out there, so I get an idea if they look close enough or not. I can brighten it a bunch. Matt, you can actually see the color difference from even this far back, so not this far back, of course, so it's maybe a little too close even now. That just means there's an argument for changing this one a bit too to be brighter. Let me go like it kind of about there. Cough, hack, wheeze, I'm allergic to game dev. Those will do. Now everything's just a coin and just does the amount. Now on the painting block I can change what it has as it drops based on its level. I need to make those things way tougher than they are. Titanic coins. I don't need to pop it here. I'm gonna leave one coin up so I can easily get back to it. Oh, that's right. It's actually now hidden inside the NPC thing, making it harder to change. Actually, possible to change it without doing this, but I forgot what it was. It's like Hmm. Oh wait, never mind. Copy of the struct. See if I can find the node for what it was. Set members. It's like yeah, the set members one there does that, and then you can add whichever one you want. So I can just change item drops and all the others will stay the same instead of having to do this crap. I'm still gonna append an array to it, but the plan is for each different level to have different drops for it, and then in the first area I won't have to have a different enemy for each one. I can just individually change it for those. Or just have it change based on like the room it's in. I mean, I could make a bunch of children from like that and just individually change each one, and maybe I should do that. This just changes the picture on them. Nothing else really changes much on them. But I could have a bunch of children, none of these ones, and just individually change each one and then give new abilities to them. Well, the problem with that is that, well, I guess they just have to be individual enemies, basically. Well, if they're individual enemies, then I don't even need any of this duplicated. But do I have to make them all that individual enemies, or can I just use the same one 4 times over? Because I'm not going to use them in the next area. I'm going to have a different type of enemy in those, but there's only 4 times you encounter them in this area. It's like, do I need a completely unique one every time? I guess there's 4 in each of the rooms that you encounter them, but at some point it's like, am I switching enemies too fast? I mean, consider how often enemies get recycled in every other game. Should an enemy like these are like tougher enemies. I won't call them mini bosses. They're not really mini bosses. They don't have super unique, you know, mechanics or anything crazy like that. They're definitely no boss, but maybe. Yeah, I'll just do this, and then I can add. No. I don't even need this. What am I doing? This is worthless. I'm not appending crap. I'm just setting item drops. I have to make an array into these? I can't just add them into there? That's awkward. I hate arrays. I never use them, but... Then I gotta ram in that I hate by ref. There's a better way to do this. There has to be like a container array. I almost feel like I made this harder than it needed to be, but whatever. There's no Safari Room blocker, it's the same thing. So actually it's only used in 3 areas. So, I don't have any problem using it at that point. That seems reasonable. Why are you erroring? It's literally connecting an array to it, telling you to make this the array. Like, what? Oops. It's kind of a ghetto method. I might as well get rid of this because there's no Safari Room thing there. Since that's a gimme and I don't plan on making it not a gimme, so... Oops. I'll worry about the hidden god on there. Like, I'm probably just gonna replace those and just use this as the for this area here, and have a totally different one for the other. I'm not sure how many painting blockers I even need in the game, honestly. I mean, like, I think I might have too many paintings to be 100% fair. Because 16 seems like a lot. There's a lot of points where, like, later on you'll get to a room and it's only like one room after the other painting, but it just took you a while to get to that room. But you could probably just backtrack a room to the other painting, so it's kind of like, how necessary was it? I mean, because in the whole first chapter, I only put 4 paintings. And one of them isn't even that necessary, it's just, it's right by where you start for story reasons, that's about it. Otherwise... like 4 paintings kind of covers it. I kind of put 4 paintings in every chapter, but the 3rd chapter really doesn't need it because the gallery is there itself. That acts like a giant painting. You can always just visit it to get to the other places. So, and they do kind of act as the save point. I don't have very many regular save points out there. It's possible I should reduce the number by, like, you know, 2 or even 4. I'll have to think about that as I go along. I just figured I'd want 4 in every chapter. Chapter 3 is weirdly smaller. Not saying it won't take forever because, you know, I have a lot more verticality than I did before. You kind of cross between the various chapters a lot more. And chapters really just, you know, maintaining the areas kind of themed around the same thing, not actually anything else. It's just kind of themed around the same, so... What about healing potions potentially? Potentially medium potions? We'll just start off like this. But instead of having these treasure things here, we'll have much smaller ones. Oh, I didn't copy paste very well at all, did it? Nope. I thought it would copy item drops here and get them, drop them in here easily. Oops. I copied the display name like an idiot. No, it did. They're kind of annoying to kill. I should almost write the numbers on what these are so I have a better idea what they are, not this other thing here. Like we'll make this 1,000 coin instead. I think I made you 250. It's just 100. Did I just kind of skip past one? Like I thought I was gonna do one more than that, I guess, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, I guess it's just 100, huh? Yeah. All right. Well, it's awkward. Or did I just forget to write the value in there? This is 50, 25, 10. Okay. That'll make it so much easier to figure out what it is I'm giving. I feel like I'm monopoly money here or something. Oh, Amazon shipping something to me. What is this message? Oh man, I have 72 watch hours on YouTube today. Jeez. That's pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Yes. Yeah, I don't get out much. Alright, so we're playing around with grabbing random things and moving them out of the places I shouldn't. This is the painting block that I was actually want to mess with. Nice. We can just drop little small potions, I guess. These are just coin, right? I think. Yeah, coin's the type here. I keep accidentally hitting X instead of the other. Okay. Is that a copy? No more bizarre treasure boxes that are huge. We'll give it like a 25, and the 25 will have like, you know, we'll say like a 50 chance drop, you know. Like it might drop up to 50 gold or something, but not all the time. I kind of feel like the first one should actually be a real reward. Like maybe it just always drops like a 25 gold. And then it has like a 30% chance to drop another 25 gold. That sounds pretty good for those. That means that when they murder all 4 of them, they'll have gotten 100 gold. Potentially 200 gold. It feels like a big number now when I said it like that. They're little, like, you know, enemies that only spawn once, so I kind of feel like they should have a greater reward. That's pretty early on, though, for that reward. How many levels do I want them to be able to immediately buy? These ones are weaker than the others, so... I don't know if I want guaranteed gold. Yeah, I'll do like 50. Guaranteeing that they get 100 gold is not inconsequential. I'll test it with like a not guarantee and then trade it up for, you know, a more guaranteed one if I discover it needs to be. The library is considerably farther in. It's called health potion. Attack by item, just health potion, doesn't care after that. Because the variable amount changes it. The item name just never figures in. Okay. Good to know. I think I'll do like a bigger coin here. Like I'll have a chance to drop a 50 coin or something maybe. How much gold do I really want you to have this early though? Like, because there's 4 of them. There's a slight chance that it gives you a 50. Let's see how much money I end up with doing this. It's going to be a lot less than the ludicrous amount previously. Or maybe I do like a guaranteed drop of a crappy coin of like a 10 or something. On this one and just make it a 100% drop. You're guaranteed 10 and sometimes you get 25 as well on top of it. I might do the same here, give like a 25 or something and make it like a guaranteed here. Maybe sometimes you just get a second one, but not that often. There's a lot to balance in this. I don't know how that's going to go overall. Maybe I'll up the chances a little bit on getting a 50 spot on this one. Chapter 1, I guess. I don't know, sure. Let's go murder it and see if it gives good value or not. I've been streaming today. 3 hours and 16 minutes, not too bad. Will do. Ugh, it smells like a skunk sprayed outside. You can always smell it a bit through the walls here. What do you see? That's better. Now I have smaller coins I can give out, so I can give real numbers for things, and some of the more powerful enemies can drop 5s occasionally and things, so just start varying the game a little more. Yeah, that's about right. Works for me. Longer than expected, but you know, at the same time, I was adding a different coin system into the game essentially. Well, slightly different, not like hugely different, but sometimes having, you know, making these super variable ones that are really complicated just isn't that valuable. After all, the more I vary things, the more I have to try to account for that variance, which means take longer to balance it. Not anymore, they don't. Yeah, they seem like the painting blocker was way too low level in those areas. Which makes me think that when I told it to spawn, I just didn't tell it the right level or something. Maybe. Well, they haven't been given a level, no wonder. I'll go hit one and see how much damage it can take. I mean, I had everything where it was like a collectible game and everything like that, but without a level system, it kind of really restricted a lot of progression. I'd have to make unique enemies for everything, just with like special stats for each room, and it's just a big pain. Now they change pretty easily. I can go right to here, this will work. One spawns here and I have to worry about Charlotte. But it's painting blocks in the other room also didn't have levels, so I'll have to check that too. I don't know how accurate this is. This puts me at 9. Actually, that puts me higher level than them by a fair amount. I probably should raise their level. But it's not too bad. No, I killed it 3 hits though. Do I really anticipate being level 9 by the time you get to the library? Why is everything in the library marked as 6? Oh, never mind, it might not be marked as 6 at all. I forgot I've been... Yeah, they're all marked as 9. These should have been 9s. You know what? Screw it. 9 to 10. Sometimes they're more powerful. A lot of the balance is just experimenting every time. It's just like, did this work out? I don't know, maybe. I still have to make them do more damage and just be a threat. Still need to have a bunch of attack patterns or something interesting going on with them. Like right now, they're really boring. I made them harder in that you can't actually just bash them around anymore, so no more juggling them. So they're hitting me now, and that's not zero. Spawn rate in here feels really high for such a small room. Potentially I could remove the spawns from there. There's a bunch of Vu crap that needs to be dealt with too. I wonder why the storage room didn't register. That's such a weird error. Because when I was entering from this pipe, it did not work. Can I just start in the pipe? Sometimes it loads in so slow I can't do that, but it'd be really convenient if I could. I do have to rework the storage room if I put Annie's-ons in the other place, which I kind of want to. I kind of like the idea of Tinka and Annie's-on kind of bickering. Oops, I do need a weapon of some sort. Cannot break it otherwise. Might have just been a weird fluke. I'll keep an eye on it, but I assume it's just a weird fluke, because I've never seen that happen before. And I've done a lot of tests. A lot. I do need to redesign this room, though. I guess it does add something to the game to rescue NPCs or to talk to them and have them meet you in the painting area. It gives you something to do there. It really works for some other characters too, giving them a place to meet you later so you can check back with them for having certain items they want. So I think from just the gameplay perspective and the story perspective, it makes a lot of sense to have those. But if that's the case, then this room needs a replacement for this building, essentially. And potentially enemies in here, too. Or if I opt to not do this, then I could have Annie's-ons at various locations all over the place. And just have like one per chapter that you have to find. And if you find it, then there's items for sale you couldn't get any other place. But the thing is that if I wanted the things to have, like, say, like I wanted a character who changes your appearance or something like that, you would have to then go find that character every time you want to change your appearance instead of coming back to, you know, this area to do it. But with that being said, I could also put that character by a painting in the world, right? So then that character could just, you could just reach that way. Because I mean, I remember Bloodstain did exactly that with their hairdresser. It's right by one of the little teleporter thingies. The only things that are currently, you know, that were in their little world was like some garbage quest giver. Who cares? Some farmer dork. Weird. The crafting guy, and then the shop. To be fair, you know, their shop was a lot more comprehensive than my shop. So was their crafting. I don't have crafting, therefore theirs is automatically more, you know. I'm not going to have farming. Other than the fact you can magically grow plants yourself. You can't harvest them, but you can grow them. Which is arguably more useful because you can jump on them to get places. There will be some people who want some items, but they're mostly the story items, so if you have those items, they'll be a check. It's not like a full quest system. I don't think it will be anyway. Probably not. I'm kind of 50-50 on this. If I don't put the toys in the other room, then there's kind of nothing to put along the floor of that room in the haunted gallery. It's just kind of there, which kind of sucks. But I could also populate all the other rooms in the building with weird little things like this and give you a reason to go to that room. And I could still have those two characters waiting in the haunted gallery anyway for you, regardless of every other character. I did think about having a character that told you where, like gave you hints to where the crystal balls were, and the same thing for one that gives you hints where the audio logs are, so you could find them easier. If that character was sitting in, say, the haunted gallery or something, it'd be really easy to access them, and then they'd probably prove a lot more useful. If they were a character you had to go find every time you wanted to check, I don't know how much people would want to do that. You hop through a painting, and then another painting to run over this character, get a hint, and then go find something else. Like, it's kind of an important design choice to make, because if I go with that route, where they're just in the world, then I don't have to change this, and I don't have to rebalance anything. I do have to put the items back in here because they're currently somewhere else, but you'll no longer be able to get level like 8 by the time you get to Patrick. But if I do that, then I gotta also put, I only get one indies on shop, and then there's, she'll just like arbitrarily get more items. Like, what would dictate her getting more items? You get to a certain point in the game, and because you have a high enough story thing, she starts selling other items? That's probably, I guess, what would have to do. That'd need to be a shop marker. And if you don't ever hit the shop marker, then it sucks to be you. Huh. I usually like to make the player explore as much as possible. And the rescuing toys mechanic is a little weird. It was in the original game, though, to be fair. It wasn't, it was an actual OG idea. So, I go back and forth on this all the time. There's really strong arguments for both. Convenience is a pretty strong argument because you can have things that mean a lot less, such as information givers, that nobody's going to want to go find the world. I mean, I guess you would if you really wanted to find the items, sure. But then you give up the uniqueness of putting them in all over the world to make it more exciting. You can look at the Hollow Knight thing, where Hollow Knight had the map people randomly in places to buy the map itself. The map upgrades up in the town, and shops in the town, except for there was some weird rune shop guy that was in the middle of nowhere. I only played like 3 hours of that game, so I don't know beyond that, but there were little shops in the world that were kind of tedious to get to. And a small town. And there's an argument for doing that. Like, I could have you rescue all the toys but Annie's Ons. But for rescuing, that's the X factor I'm trying to figure out right there. If I put Annie's Ons in the haunted gallery, how am I going to decide what new items she sells? I think it's a little neater and tidier at that point if I don't do this. There is only so many rooms in the game. I'm gonna argue with myself a bit on that one before I do anything about it, because I keep going back and forth, and I would hate to make the change and then change it back again. The strong argument with this is that if I don't change it, then I don't have to rebalance or restructure this room. Then the Haunted Gallery is kind of lame. Having a little toy city in the Haunted Gallery is kind of cool. I'll think about it. While I fix an easy one. How was I able to fall through this? I guess right there, because this doesn't load. Well, F that. I'm pretty sure you can still fall through this. May need to do some rebending of these things. I don't really want to, but we'll see. I could also just put a little fake floor there. Yeah, I most certainly cannot keep that. I could make this door load. I kind of don't want to. I was trying to avoid having the issue of too many things loading. But I guess there's kind of an argument for them loading because you can see them. So if you can see it, then it should probably load into both. What is this track? Oh, it's only like 38 seconds long. Never mind. Why are you not loading? Oh, that's just it bitching about splines. Ever since I think 5.5, it bitches about splines now until you turn them into static meshes. If they're in the H load. There's an argument against using the H load, but you don't want to lose splines either, so. That is really wonky right there. Let's do that. It seems pretty fine, actually. Just make certain I can't sneak through over here. Poppet's very small. Her ability to sneak through weird areas you would think she should, or she shouldn't in the first place, is very high. She's a sneaky little one. Especially when things load really slowly and end up falling through the world. Well, through the floor to the first area. Close, but nope. Could just move this over a little bit so it looks a little better. That's a little weird looking. Seems like you can almost get through. I don't want that. Like, you can't get through, but it looks like you can almost get through. Oh, this is actually just a spline still. If that's the case. Okay, stupid nav mesh. Well, that I might have to just put it back out in a second anyway. I didn't realize I haven't redone all these yet, but fix that pretty quick. Of course, I turned this one into a thing. That one's solid, but not so much the others. That's not too bad. Oops. There's so much optimization I have to do when I turn all these splines into static meshes. When I go through for the last optimization one, I'll worry about that. Just to make my sanity a little better here, I can do this. So I only have 19 instead. Just saying, sometimes it helps. I don't, you know, like, it's actually like 44 to start and like 8 here or something like that. So like 52 or something to go through. So I'm chugging along. I'm getting there. I've got over half of them done. Yeah. Like only like 40% left or something. Very little. What's up with Vu's Stomp? I'm missing messages, have I? Nope. All quiet on the Western Front. I have no idea how long that tonight is until I feel like stopping, I guess. Oh wait, no, not multiply. That's a really weird way to do this, by the way. I have no idea why I'm doing it this way. It's still kind of ghetto, and I kind of want to set it as a special, a separate ability too, instead of having this like this. But in the interest of this not taking 400 years to make this one unique boss attack actually also mesh in with the other abilities, I'll just, you know, do that and move on. Sometimes pretty is not always better, unless she's, you know, really cute and all that. But when dealing with code, pretty is not always better. Not if it takes you an extra like 30, 40, 50 minutes to do. Like 30 seconds. It's a pretty bad plan. Alright. Stomp on me. Stomp on me. Oh, wait, no, step on me. There we go. Step on me. Definitely does more damage now. I don't know if I want to vary it or not. Does she even have a damage variance? Let's make a stomp variable amount, I guess. I did spell it right. Double checking. It's actually this number here. I feel like I missed some code on this one here. Yeah. I'm always like want to always add. I guess I could have, you know, only positive variants too. I can also put it directly in here so I don't have to keep looking around for it too. A lot easier to keep track of. A little more ghetto, but the previous one, the one that everything else goes into, is mostly based around swinging weapons and everything. So it's got a bunch of extra swing weapon crap that I don't want to try to work around for this one attack. At least now when I want to find her damage, I don't have to find some unique variable. I can just look at her, you know, her ability list, find stomp, and that's it. So I'll find stomp. Seems like a better plan. Yes. Stomp on me. Alright, step on me. 64. Wait, what? That's a big number. That might be too high. Is my math wonky? Might be. I mean, sometimes it's 25. And then it adds on to, what's his variance there? So it takes her level. Now it's 20. How are we getting 60? Let's supply an additional thing somewhere else. Hey, Applebee. That's going okay. Going through and fixing all the bugs from the playtest yesterday. I have like 60% of them done. Granted, some of them are much more obnoxious than others. But, it's pretty good. Right now I'm trying to make Vu's Stomp actually do better variable damage. 38's pretty in line with what she's supposed to do. Why did she do 69 there though? That was a big number. How's stuff with you? Okay, she should have done 32 there, but she did 69, even though the number calculated. So it must be duplicating the... Something else must be overwriting. This must just be getting overwritten by something else. Sure. Oh, nice. Imagine just waking up. Oh my gosh. This is... He says it's like 3 a.m. here. 3:05, I guess. Well, tomorrow I'll have to wake up early because I have to take my car in to get it worked on at 8 o'clock, so that'll suck. Today I do not have to get up early, though I do have a doctor's appointment at 2:15 p.m., so... There's that. It's 2:15 p.m. early. Asking for a friend. Yeah, we'll see how long I stream today. I don't know. Feeling terrible earlier. Now I feel okay. Kinda. Also, YouTube's sending a lot of people watching at the moment. I guess you're in that break. Wee! Woohoo! Yippee! Step on me. That's not stepping on me. Step on me. Step on me. Really? Really? Is that how it's gonna be? Poppet wants to be like a simp. You should step on her. Step on me. Really? Come on. She normally can't even help herself. She just does this all the time, and now she's just like, nope. Yeah, I think that was just a problem. Looks like no, she hit me for 65 there. That is not a number you should be able to hit for. How are you hitting for 65? The final number over there was 36. Yeah, 36 was the final number. And instead I took 60 and change. In fact, this number has been wrong every time. Nice there. Yeah. Ah. Who's like a... Well, without the start, she's like a 20-minute fight. I'm just trying to make her a little more interesting, and right now she's... Huh. Doing the wrong number. Yes. Yeah. I just found her yesterday. Beat the crap out of her though, because the star was overpowered. But the next time I go through the go through testing, I'll fight her again. That might be the next stream though. I don't think I'm gonna get enough bugs done to really want to test it again. It takes like 2 hours to test. That is so weird. This has to be a timing issue. But yeah, she has like 3 phases. Her first phase, she kind of just stomps on you a lot, but you know, hits you with her big old toy. It's probably fine. Step on me. She's still a little wonky in this first phase. Step on me, damn it. Step on me. Step on me? Okay. That time that came out is 70. Let's see, those numbers add up to 70. That's fair. It's not wrong. So what am I doing weird here in my math? So her level is in fact 15. That is correct. Sure. And this is rolling 35. Wait. The strength from this is attack damage 35. Wait, what? That should not be 35. This should always come out as 20. Oh, never mind. No, it should always come as 20. But variance is showing up as 20 because it's the green one there. And then blue is showing up as 35 for the attack damage, which is wrong. Maybe we'll call this like ground pound or something. I don't know. That's what it actually feels to be, but I wonder if it's like being overwritten by something. It's obviously finding the wrong one. Because those numbers are so wrong. And I'm not setting any of these as variables, so it's just pulling the wrong number. It's not like I typed the name in, because I didn't. It's just right here doing its thing. Usually when something is random, it's a timing error. Or a bug in the engine itself, but most time it's a timing error. Star probably needs to be nerfed. Step on me. 50? She does a lot of damage. Maybe too much damage, but we'll figure that out later. I mean, she is doing too much damage because, you know, it's supposed to be different numbers. Okay, well, whatever just happened there, stop. Exit. Yeah, something is adding 15 to both. So it's adding the level to both. Why are you adding the level to both? I mean, it's supposed to add these, sure. Oh. Oh, I see. I'm adding the level twice. And then from there, the variance is super high because, you know, it's now 35 plus 20 variance. All right, step on me. Step on me. Do it. That's not stepping on me. Really? That looks better. Yeah, and the final amount's 34. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. That's the cream filling we're looking for. Good times. With my 9 million print strings here to try to figure this out. Print strings can solve everything if you really want them to. Admittedly, it's usually preferable than I have to use that many print strings, but you know, sometimes you gotta. Funny part is the damage amount would have worked, but whatever. I just thought that was overwriting that at some point. That fixes that bug. This is an awful track. Gross. I thought these room infos did this, so maybe it just loads it in because it doesn't quite unload them. Maybe it's too high. This is huge. I see. I think that it just was spawning really high, so it's hard to keep track of because 22 is like way down here. Actually, 22 is not that far down there. It's pretty good. Maybe, I guess it doesn't deload. Huh. The spawn box. Maybe it shouldn't actually be taller. Like you can just be like maybe like 1 or something like that. And this way it should make it so that Charlotte doesn't spawn her crap higher up or not. Which I think is better. I'm sure. It's definitely much better than it was. This will just make Charlotte more aggressive in general, I think, because she had too many places to spawn to, so it was confusing her. But if I take away all those extra places, that should make her far more aggressive. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. Increasing my sanity here by, you know, moving him up a thing. Is the spawn rate too high in the control room? It might be. Or maybe like 3 or something. It seems like the spawns are really high in there. Like 30 or something. So I was just getting attacked like crazy. And it's just a little tiny room, so. I almost want to make the water more complicated where you have to push various buttons to kind of move it up and down, but it's not really built for that. It's mostly built to just get the button and then it just lowers it. Do I want to make an entire thing so that you can see the water level difference change on those control panels? For like the one room where you can't see the water? And I'll think about that one. I might start putting gold places too. I'm gonna take a bio break soon. Too much sitting is terrible on my back. It's like my back and neck. Makes my health problems worse. Otherwise I would stream like 10 hours a day. If I was younger, I'd stream 10 hours a day. Man, I both like having her early and I don't like it. I mean, rooms can still be made unique in that, you know, you find a particular character in them. But it'd be kind of lame to make an entire area for them and then like a little layer and then have you pick them up and take them somewhere else. Right? I could give you the option to fight in the lower area of the haunted gallery, I suppose. Don't know why it's all that great. Am I gonna let you build a town? Man, I don't know. I kind of like the little dialogue there. Oh, thanks for the donations there. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Oh, well. We update our credits there. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Currently the most highest person on the YouTube supporters. So, thank you, thank you. I just had some kind of alert for those. There's like an alert in the chat, but it doesn't really show up on the screen. I don't think... Did YouTube have an alert system for those? Twitch does. But the back end for YouTube is pretty bad for notifications. Let's find something for that. Yeah, thanks. Oh, maybe his pin didn't disappear. The funny thing is this uses the exact same code as every NPC, so for it to not work on her is weird when it works on everyone else. So her weapons equipped array. Because I gave them all arrays for their weapons. Everyone uses the same weapon parent. I'm a big fan of the parent-child setup for everything. You'll see me just use that like crazy, where I just make all the code on one thing and then just make all the little children have whatever slight differences between everything. It's pretty handy, actually. Sometimes I go a little overboard, I think, and I just try to parent way too many things, and it just turns into some giant, I don't know what. Then you just question all your life decisions. In fact, there's currently a bug with the destroyable rates because I tried to make them part of the movable parent thing because I want to make all the destroyables there. And there's a brief moment where it tries to move before it sets itself to not move. Or something that, even though I told it not to move on the thing, it causes some sort of timing issue. Been having an error ever since. It still works, but it just gives me an you shouldn't do this error. Right, since it actually works in the packaged version of the game, it's kind of a meaningless error, you know? It's like, but it works. I mean, I'm gonna fix it eventually because the error is annoying, but it works. Well, apparently this even calls destroy equipment, does it? Maybe. I'll find out. No. Just destroy actor, and weapon parent doesn't have a destroy actor, does it? When destroyed? I mean, it could have a check where it checks if the owner is valid, and if the owner is not valid, it destroys itself. I'm pretty certain weapon owner is applied to these, so technically it knows the owner. I hand over the owner's level, but not the actual owner of the weapon. Interesting. I wonder why I did it that way. That seems kind of a terrible plan, you know? Like, I could not do it that way. It seems like it'd be a lot better. I was looking for a destroy actor. Or like when destroyed or something. Yeah, it just destroys it there. Fine. So there's nothing on there telling you it shouldn't do that. It's possible I should delay until next tick there, just so I can be 100% that it's destroyed. Because it could just be wiping it out first and then not initiating the command, because it does follow the line, but what it doesn't do is stuff that happens on other blueprints doesn't interject in the line. Like, it just goes until it goes. So there's already a delay here though, and a delay there. I don't know. I'll just mark it as a maybe an extra little delay in there just to see if it helps. Like I say, this is used by everyone, so it's bizarre that it only happens to one character. But that's how it works. Sometimes weird crap just happens. Most of the time it does vanish too. I don't even know. I guess I could test it real fast pretty easily. If I want to, which I guess I do. Seems like such a minor bug to deal with because, you know, soon as you leave the room, it'll go away anyway, pretty much. Maybe it's cooler that it stays. That seemed like they're way too low a damage. So the devil might be messed up a bit. Gonna spawn in Temperance. And the damage feels really low on this weapon. After all, I mean, I'm literally, you know, level 78, so yeah, that's, I was like, I should have just beat the crap out of her. What the hell? Yeah, it vanished. Weapon switch is a little garbage. What's on the HUD? I increased the delay on this, but maybe I just don't want to delay at all. Maybe I just want it to be really fast. I could set a do once. And it forces a switch. That means you can't go through them really fast. You have to go through each one individually. Keep an eye on it. Some of these ones like this are going to take a lot more work where I go through and try to restructure them completely. They're only 14, see? We're coming along. I'm going to change these numbers so I feel like I'm closer on those two. And this was just about every bug I could find in the playthrough, except for I didn't put tutorials story in there. Like I said, I think I'm not going to bother to put story in the playtest version. I think I'm just going to put quick instructions like do this. So this way you can, just kind of test it out instead of waiting for me to get a story together. And then I'll do a private playtest for that one. The first one's just going to be some local people that I know, but then, I'll make it more of the Discord at next, and then an invite only, and then I'll make a more public playtest after that. I kind of have a long time to go anyway, so. If it wasn't for the health problems, I'd be probably done with the demo by now, but that's just slowed me down so much. So much. No collision on that. That might be part of the problem. Basically, every time you jump in there, something is blocking the visibility, so it zooms in on Poppet really far. And it's got to be something behind her that's doing it. Well, it's block camera, not visibility. Let's go jump into a painting. I do kind of want this to be a little city. I don't know. On the other hand, I really do need things to put in the building. There's really only so many ideas that I have at any given time. It takes longer to generate more ideas, so you know. It's much better. Because, you know, I'm going to need hundreds of ideas for this game, for all the different things, and while I have hundreds of ideas, I don't have them all immediately. So every new idea I have to generate a little bit longer. I guess that's better because you don't zoom in all awkwardly. There's no perfect world on this one, unfortunately. I don't want that. That's the credit one. I mean, I love that, but I need the this thing. Basically, if I rebalance for Annie's on, I just need to add like probably 2 levels to Patrick. It depends on how many levels I let you buy beforehand. I mean, like if you really want to grind for all the levels, okay. And I kind of want to reward you with one of the levels by having found the campsite. Like you found your way into there. So you should get like, you know, enough gold for like 1 level right there. Later levels will be more expensive, like the later tarot cards, essentially. But she has like 3 tarot cards you can easily buy, and then one that is so grossly expensive you would never buy it, probably, but maybe you will. I guess to be fair, I don't even have a place in the second chapter I'd put her. I mean, she could just be hiding anywhere, really. But actually, there's a secret room I could put her in. And then the 3rd chapter, I don't even know. And the same thing with the 4th chapter, if I wanted to have her in 4 different locations. There is something kind of mysterious about it. If, you know, she somehow gets to every location in advance of you. You're like, Even like the secret areas that nobody goes to, like there's a, you know, whole secret subsection that, you know, if you don't get the good ending, you don't even see. And if she was already there, that'd be so weird and awkward. Be a fun conversation. There was only so many, I think there was something like 89 rooms in the game when I measured it out. I don't remember. It's right on my scratch board, or like on the to-do list. I made a to-do list, and then I don't even do the to-do list. I just use my whichever chapter I'm working on. Awkward. I guess there's 88 rooms. And the first chapter there are 24. So actually, weirdly enough, the first chapter has more than 1/4 of the rooms, but is not quarter the size of the building. But to be fair, I've been adding more rooms slowly over time. And I'm not counting the little secret area either, like there's little secret rooms. So Hmm. I kind of like having a little story area that I can work with. I guess because you could have the people talk to each other, I guess. I don't really... It's not... We're not playing down here, though. I'm not going to have, like, you know, them having long conversations with each other. That's weird. Like, I don't know why they would need to have a long conversation. This isn't Skyrim. Nobody's got a daily routine, okay? Like... If this isn't here, then there's just a pop-it box and some things to climb up on to get up. Which, realistically, makes a lot of sense for a gallery. There wouldn't be crap down here. That's true. It makes a great deal of sense in that regard. There probably wouldn't be tables either, but you gotta have some way to get up. I could put some like ridges to jump on or something to get up to. But then there's exactly, other than the pop-it box, no reason to jump down here at all. It's just kind of a big open area that's wasted. I even included a secret area up here. Yay! False ceiling. Which you might not even notice because, you know, the coloring is real dark. Actually goes the whole way too, so just in case you didn't pay attention to it, it actually just goes the whole way. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I don't think I need any more alcohol, but I think I need to recycle a little bit of that alcohol. We'll all stare at Annie's ons. You know, the one thing I can do is if I have it here, I could have my own version of Annie's on Prime where you could order items from her and she'll, you know, you'll receive them wherever you're at instead of having to come back again. It'd be pretty funny. Continue that joke a little farther just for fun. Anyway, I'm right back. I would trade. Still no closer to deciding if I like one way or the other, but like I said, I've been arguing back and forth on this rescue the toys mechanic for quite a while. I didn't miss any messages. Nope. Why YouTube sent so many people to watch me today? I mean, I'm down to only like 18, but I mean, I do recall a time when YouTube we decided that because I was streaming over and over at night at the same time that everyone who like would fall asleep watching their computer, like people were ending up at me, and there was like a point where I had like 300 subs on YouTube and over 300 people watching me, but nobody was really watching me. Nobody was talking at all. It was literally just people sleeping at their computer. And I found this out because people later on would wake up and then tell me that they fell asleep in some other stream and woke up in mine. I wonder if that's happening. Happened today or something. Pretty funny. It'd be a lot more beneficial if I actually got money for advertisements, but I don't. So it actually does nothing other than be funny. It's not like Twitch where there's like, you know, rankings based on viewer count or viewers or anything like that. It doesn't work like that, so it's just a fun curiosity, I suppose. I should probably go on X and reply to everyone who says boost your stream, blah blah blah, and I could probably build a bunch of subs and get to that point if I really put my back into it, as they say. Would be a bad decision, probably should do that. I've been doing that to farm for wish lists, which, I mean, it's been pretty effective so far for view count, right? Because in the last 3 months I've been doing that, and now I have 102,000 impressions. It's pretty good for 3 months. I'm just saying, like, I mean, you know, I didn't go viral or anything. I mean, the best thing was like, you know, 3,100 and change, but you know, for one day, still. It's not bad. If I did this for streaming, I got like 6 more notifications. Look at all these people. Yay, repost my stuff. Should make a video on how to do that. And just think, if I can get like 1.4 thousand verified followers and 5 million impressions, it doesn't say that here, I can get monetized on it. 5 million impressions. Jesus. Ow. I thought 100,000 was good. I guess I put question marks on these, so technically I don't have to, you know, I wasn't necessarily intending to. Oh yeah, the secret doors, this is annoying. I hear them open all the time and they're not checking for the right thing, so they should. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of the advertising in there. I don't think my trailer is very good though. I'm not getting a lot of wish lists yet. To be fair though, the game is maybe 30-40% done. It's not that far. It's got a lot to go, so it means the trailer's maybe not the best yet. It's fine, but could be better. To avoid things loading and so that lights only work on the characters that are only work if you're in a particular room, I, you know, assign Poppet a variable, a room name that she's in, and as long as this matches up against things, then, you know, it works. This is how, you know, those lights that would normally go through walls don't go through walls. If you're curious. Exactly equal string. Oh. Don't do that. We'll call this like player room name, I guess, just in case. And then I'll just have actual room name. Everything else uses room name, so for their own individual one. I'm not really spawning these in. I don't like. I always click expose on spawn like I'm ever going to spawn a door in, but I just seem to automatically do it. Instance editable is about the only I ever use. I don't ever use cinematics yet. I mean, I need to learn more about cinematics to be 100% fair. There's a problem with this. You could be on either side of the door. So there has to be two choices. I should have duplicated this. I don't know why I didn't. This way it can be either or. If true, then we'll check against if you have the stuff. I don't want to keep checking every time. And if not... I'll just delay and do the same. Okay, so room 1... Is there any world I'm going to need a third room? Hear me out. I could just do a singular array that don't. Any reason for a map? Not really. Oh god. Don't do it that way. Delete it first, then change it. Otherwise it'll scan every blueprint. Nobody wants that. No one. Literally no one wants that. For each. Like I said, I don't know if this is going to be handy, but there might be some instance where I have the door open if you're in a particular room or something, maybe. I don't know. It seems like I'm really going weird on this one for no reason. Nah, I can do all that. I can't, it's so narrow, I just can't see any world I'm ever going to do this. This is one of those rabbit holes for no reason things. Either or is fine if true. It already works. Perfect. Let's just stick with this. Later on, you know, if I find some reason why I need it, everyone can laugh at me for, you know, having to do it over. Sure. There's exactly 4 doors so far? Dang, I can't think of a 5th door. Every time I make a new thing, I go back and add a bunch of them to the game. Some new idea that I like. And this one's not open yet, and if I go in here... And if I go into this one, it should close the other. Did not close the other. Well, isn't that interesting? Oh. It's not writing this code then, so you're right here. Right, because if it's here and if the portal's open, it would close it right here. Yeah, I'll do that like that. So, and the portal's not open, then it shouldn't do anything. So closed portal should just be part of this. Things you don't really think about. In order to make stuff, you know, really obey walls, I've actually spent so much time recoding things because walls don't really matter much. The only thing they really do is block physically the character and the visuals, and that's kind of about it. They don't even necessarily do that. That's not what I want at all. I don't want it to continuously mess with the portal. If the portal is, you know, closed, I want it to stay closed. And this just sets a variable not true, so every time afterwards it just stays like that. Maybe I'll go to the hour or something. 6 hours is kind of like the cap I have right now. Only in health problems. I love streaming. I would just stream all the time. Why are you not closing the portal? What an interesting track. The Death of Love. So I'm just not firing right here, so I'm just gonna do the fallback, huh? Sure. I'll just say hello, it's fine. Probably need a lot more. It's kind of a mess. The logic here is all over the place, so probably need to restructure it a little. But I'm not running the code before this, it's just the closed portal code, so. Oh, why I'm this far away, it's annoying. Sure. Oh no, it works. But it's actually not obeying the other, it's just obeying this. It's running here. That's because of this right here. Well, how is it? I mean, it should be checking against the rooms. And this room does have a thingy, right? Hey. It does. There's unfortunately 2 doors here. So let's fix that by just moving this one way the hell away from it. Actually, there's like multiple doors here. There's this one as well. You two, get really far away from me. Sure. Oh, I see. Once it's open, it never checks again. I want to kick back up to the other. That might fix it. Still have 165 wish lists. It's hard to get wish lists. I really need a better trailer. To be fair, most views are just people scrolling by. Infinite loop. Did I forget a delay somewhere in here? I might have. Oh wait, no. This one I want. It's down here. I need to change it. There's already a delay. So I just need the portal activation check here, I think. I don't need another delay. There we go. And close it if it's far enough away. Don't know what's gonna go in these yet, but you know. To start. Gotta figure out something that opens them. I could really go out of my way to turn the second area into something much better with, like, you know, all the way up to the first boss in the area, because I don't have the first boss figured out, but I have like 6 enemies and I could just drop keys and everything, and it would be possible to run through it. There's a key that vanishes. Also, this doesn't load either. It did, but now what's up with that key? Yeah. Perfect. Maybe for the next test I'll do that, and then I could play even farther in. Yeah, other than maybe doing a little work on Sally like months ago, I haven't done anything with bosses. I've designed too many systems since then to fix a lot of the things the game was missing. A lot of the things the game was missing. A lot of the things. and rebalance things around those missing things. There's the toy rescue system that's been put back in, so I could just easily put that in there. Alright, well that fixes that problem. No longer do I have to hear those doors open every 5 seconds. Look at how much nicer it is with all these things, like, you know. The bottom number's gone. I don't know if I want a secret in here or not. There is a whole area to jump up to, and it does seem like a waste that there's nothing there. But I also run into the risk of there always being a secret everywhere you go. And then it's no longer fun to explore. It now becomes a chore to go everywhere. Because there is a cap on just how much you really want. But it is kind of a whole little setup that is just, you know, ready to go with like a little mini puzzle and everything. Well, I mean, it is a jumping puzzle, I guess. It's kind of a strong use of the word, but you know, it's kind of a puzzle. I mean, it's the whole, you know, get up onto this, get up onto that, and then run around these pipes all the way around, jump through here, duck this, then go around and get up on here. So it is a puzzle of sorts. I kind of want to block this. Like something stopping you from going this way. Because if I could stop you from going that way, then that would kind of make it more interesting. Right now it's, you know, grab the blocks, get up here, jump onto this, and climb on top of this and go there. And that's not like nothing. It's fine. But at this point, the only things I can really give you in this room would be... Actually, it'd have to be an audio log. There's just nothing else. I guess I could put an audio log up there. Basically, I figured the story is going to be told 3 different ways. You'll have, you know, the crystal balls, which will tell the perspective of a toy who came before you. The audio logs, which will tell the perspective of the toy maker. Because they're just like his notes, basically. And then, you know, Poppet's own, you know, story going along. So you'll kind of get a bit of everything here and those things there. We'll call the super important log 3, I guess. I don't really care. But that's kind of the plan with it, is like have 3 different little things like that. And these are just little, like, you know, story things that you don't necessarily have to get them if you don't want to. There will be rewards for having gotten them, sure. But you don't have to. The game's definitely going to reward you very heavily for exploration. To be fair, Annie's on could also not sell only levels. More items might get added to the game as it goes along. There might be buyable things, I don't know. If I get more items going on, I might actually just create a regular shop menu for her. Like, I wasn't going to do that currently, but I mean, I could. It doesn't have to be the world's most complicated shop either. Yeah, I don't know if you do that or not. I do got to put more of these audio logs in. There's mostly crystal balls. I probably need to reduce the number of crystal balls in the thing. Originally there was going to be something like 36. Actually, originally it was going to be 50. There's like 36 of them. And then I cut it down to, I think, like 21 or something. Not because I want to cut it down to 20, so much as there's just, between the audio logs and that, if there's 20 each, I mean, that's 42 more items to hide in the game. There's only 88 rooms, okay? And the rooms are, obviously have more than one thing in it, but there's basically also 88 keys, too, for that matter. Or close to that number. There might be some rooms without keys. But I think there aren't. So there's like 88 of those. There's 78 tarot cards. I mean, there's a lot of hidden items in this game. But like I say, you run the risk of there being no reason, like being forced to go everywhere. But rooms this big can have a huge amount of items in them, and it doesn't feel that bad. Rooms this size, even 2 items feels like a lot. Well, actually, there's the buttons. Actually, there's technically this too. So there's actually 3 things in here technically. I mean, there's the 2 buttons. So I guess that's actually, if you count those as separate, so there's 4 things in here. So that's a lot. That is most certainly a lot. If I don't like it, I can always remove this thing later. Nothing's set in stone. I'm just trying to... Oh, I should just leave that. I'm just trying to improve things as I go. Add enemies to the waiting room, sure. I'll just do a ghetto super fast version of that. I might increase their levels in a sec, but for now, I can basically just copy the spawn table from there. Wait, the waiting room has enemies. Did I call it? Oh, it's because it's the Hall of Records. And I called the other one the waiting room. Let me see. Hall of Records. You're correct. The waiting room. I could put sword things in the Hall of Records too. That's anything. I'm gonna have to cram story in here too. This game's gonna be jam-packed with stuff to do. Probably too much, to be completely fair. I'm probably gonna start giving enemies more health so they don't die in one hit. No, that's not what I want. That's useless. Am I changing the levels right now? I'm gonna wait on that because it really does come down to if the Annie's on this early on, and I'm just gonna argue with myself forever on that. I'll make a decision. I'm kind of blowing through this stuff pretty fast though. I'm debating on Charlotte's bedroom. I need a bunch of creepy things in there if I want her bedroom. I mean, it makes sense that her bedroom would be there. Canonically, it makes sense her bedroom would be there. Likely hidden behind secret doors. So that no one knows she's actually in there? Wow. That's her, like, where she haunts. Wow. She haunts the building, I guess, but... Yeah. The toy maker having a room specifically for her. Some interesting design choices. These tracks are kind of neat. Let's keep adding into my little directory of things to test for later. If I end up liking them, I have to actually do that. I guess I should fix the broken stuff. Like some stuff like this is just fun and doesn't matter too much. This is also kind of unimportant. Quality of life. Don't know. These just weak. But I mean, the enemy being outright broken, he should probably be fixed pretty quick. This, I'm so confused on how that can even happen. Probably gonna have to go down a rabbit hole. This full super is also pretty broken. Eh. I don't care about this. I thought about it, but I don't really want to make a specific indicator just for that one thing. That seems a little much for my tastes. I'm not feeling the much right now. I'm feeling the what's important versus what's not important. This whole casting, like, it was a long time ago I set this thing up based on a tutorial and I never changed it. So it actually casted this widget health bar thingy to do that. It's like a terrible setup and I never changed it. That's how old it is. It was literally when I was learning how to do it almost 2 years ago. Am I going to change it now? I don't know about that. It's kind of been sitting there forever. Who am I to change these things? You know what I'm saying? And find it. And that's not it. Widget health bar. It actually does have an NPC level. Huh. Interesting. I mean, I could just as easily do this where I go, murder casting to it. NPC level. Could technically just do that later. I actually called it right here anyway. Let's do that, and that technically should cause levels to spawn when you hit them. I go back and forth on if I want the little bars to be there all the time or not. Like, it's kind of awkward to have bars everywhere if they're not already damaged. Like, it's... I don't know, it seems weird. I don't like it. Hear me out. I don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it. Well, if they don't... If they just instant die, they don't even see it, so this doesn't matter. Yeah, see, that is the 4 there. So it works if they have enough health. But if they're dead, I guess it doesn't matter what level they were. Should I make this bar appear when they just when they die? Nah, it's just being dumb. Slight timing issue. It literally is like, it said this wasn't valid because the thing died during the brief period of time when this happened, so can't have that. Okay. Do you want to be a macro instead, buddy? Get up, health bar level, I guess? Sure. Buddy, pal, friendo. I guess if it screws up, I'd rather just continue on. This is in lieu of setting it 9 million times. Like, say, I've already cast to it once, there's no reason not to, because it's already attached to the character anyway. So I guess casting to it, it's not technically wrong, since it's already strapped to the character. It's a little weird. But it is on the character, so it was already referencing it. Well, it's on BP NPC, so technically all the NPCs are referencing it. But I don't see why they wouldn't all reference it, because they all have health bars. Makes sense, right? If that's what you think. Or would you? Nah, maybe you don't think that. Anyway, looking graph. F all this weird crap. I don't need to set this every time. I can just do it once. It is a lot easier that way. I could just remove this. Like, not check if they're dead. I could also make it visible if you get by them too. That's another option. Better quality of life, I guess. Though then you have little bars everywhere. It's kind of annoying. I don't know. I like the giant coins way better. I mean, on upkeep, I could just check distance and have that perpetually decide if it's if you're visible or not. I do this here. I can make maybe like 1500. I don't know. Sure. If true. Just set it as visible. But not hit testable, I guess. Not that that makes a difference, I don't think, but sure. Otherwise, set it to hidden. Ram this into here. I'll neaten it up in a second. Oh. Wrong order. Wait. Why am I casting to that? That's weird. I don't need to cast to it. Attached to the thing, I can just set the visibility whenever I get bored. It's true. Guess me doing bad habits because it was already there and I'm being lazy. Hey man, with keyboard, how's it going? Not gonna lie, if you were a man without keyboard, that would be more confusing. But I guess you could be on your phone, so I guess it's not as confusing. But I guess there's a keyboard on your phone. You could have, I guess, talk to text though. Less confusing in this day and age, I guess. Oh, this doesn't set a percent if they Oh, it's only if it's greater it's setting. I have it backwards. Yeah. I had it backwards. This is my bad. That's right, man with virtual keyboard, your arch nemesis. Well, you're all old school, man with virtual keyboards, like, nah, bro, I got you. And he's just, you know, all future tech, very forward thinking. Everyone needs an arch nemesis. It makes life more interesting, I'm not gonna lie. I have to set the initial amount here, because if I don't set the initial amount, then it will just say they have no health. That's weird. Hear me out? It's a little weird. I'm not casting again to it, so let's do this here. Derp this here, get rid of this crap. This, set percent here. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Actually, if cast fails, just skip the whole process. Don't do that. That's dumb. All my homies don't like what was about to happen there. Well, you gotta start small, you know, you need at least one. If you want multiples, though, I mean, you'll never be bored. It'll guarantee a lot of sequel movies, right? You know? Every day in your life is just another sequel to the previous ones when you face another arch nemesis. Does it have an overarching story? Is this episodic? I mean, sounds like a crazy life. And are they like all arch nemesis? Like, are they really all on that level? Or are some of them just nemesis? Like, you know, like they're like kind of a nemesis, but they're like middle management for being a nemesis, not like the actual, like, you know, head of the corporation or anything like that, and like head of evil corp or anything. None of that. More like down in the mailroom sometimes, you know, those kinds of people. Yeah, maybe it is better that they have little health bars and little levels. Like at first I don't know, but More abstract arch nemesis. Oh. Well, that's exciting. Time, hunger, and finance. I think we can roll that all into one by just saying life. The arch nemesis is life. Or I guess just being an adult. That's about like the adult problems. The real secret is to ignore life and then just, you know, sit around all night in front of your computer playing with dolls and convincing people to watch you. That will not really help with your time and really won't pay the bills for finance. And I mean, you can eat the whole time, so technically it can help with hunger. Right? Anyone? Yeah, I got nothing beyond that. Just saying. Well, doesn't this track sound way more epic than expected for what it is? I don't think I'm going to use it in this game necessarily, but I'm going to go ahead and just add it to my collection of music that I'm supposed to check at some point. I mean, you could have like a weird boss fight like this. Of course, fighting a doll seems kind of a... It's got some weird boss music for most dolls, but it could happen. Oh, thanks for the follow, man with keyboard. Oh. So you do dream of playing with dolls and convincing people to watch you. Yes. Once you go back, once you do this, you can never really go back, you know? It's like the ultimate fetish, I guess. I don't know if that's true, but I just think of like the Lord Helmet, you know, from, like Lord Helmet from Spaceballs. No, sorry, I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. They're making a sequel to that. I thought everyone from that was too old to be even alive at this point, but here we are. I think I like the show health widget better, just so you have a little bit of knowledge in advance of what level the things are. Now that they have a level, they didn't have a level before, so it's kind of weird. Some of these tracks, I buy all these tracks off Humble Bundle and like, you know, big old music things so I can use them to bring games and stuff, and some of them are a lot better than others. Yes. I'm going through and I did a play test.
Good news, I found out the source of my problems. The bad news is it's me.
Exactly. I mean, that's just, you know, pretty much a motto to live your life by. Just, I am the source of all my own problems. Unless she's cute, then sometimes she's the source of my problems, but I picked her, so I guess technically I'm the source of my own problems at that point. Unless she picked me. Okay, so in the instance where she showed up with duct tape when you weren't looking and taped you to a chair, okay, then maybe it's not you didn't cause your own problem. Probably. Maybe. So this one got done. I keep moving this one up because I'm not sure I'm going to do these two. They just get pushed to the top. I'm like, well, wherever. The remaining ones are like all so much more work. Except for the cash register one. That's not really a... Well... That's true. But what if you taunted the meteor? Maybe the meteor is like some metaphysical force out there or something like that, and it knows and it's upset at you. You taunted it, and it's just like, I'm going for that guy, and just skips over everyone else just because and you're just like, yeah, taunting fate. Exactly. It's there was like an old show called Dead Like Me, and I don't remember much about it other than the lady ends up being getting hired on as a Grim Reaper because she's killed by a toilet seat that comes falling down from I think an airplane. It might have been from a space station. Either way, it's just one of those moments where it was so random. You're like, huh, okay, well, sometimes fate's just like, nah, bro. It's over. Like, never did watch all that series. It was interesting for what it was. I wonder if it ever was good. I think they never had episodes, and I never went back to it. It's been like a decade or more, maybe 2 decades. Let's not think about that. Now I feel old. That's okay. I think the average age of anyone doing game dev on Twitch is like 35 or something. Probably. Seems like it. It might be because anyone younger than that probably can't afford to sit there in front of a computer for 9,000 hours a day or whatever. Yeah, there's some. Like I say, it's the average age, but there's a lot of older ones for sure. So, you know, it's okay. See, when you're in your 20s, you can still save yourself from the silly fate of deciding to be a game dev. Oh, nothing. How's it going? Being game dev is fun. I don't recommend you quit your day job or anything. I wouldn't do that, but, you know, it's fun. This thing has a broken attack. It doesn't do damage. Probably doesn't do damage because I didn't tell it to do damage. I also need to calculate damage, you know. There should probably be a damage calculator. It does fun. Current title is called Chasing Dragons. Yeah. I think everyone's current title might be called Chasing Dragons. You know what I'm saying? Some of the game dev ideas I've heard are so massive on just a level where it's just like, you know how many people made your game, right? The game you're idolizing was made by hundreds of people over like 5 years, man. Why? They're like, well, as soon as I could get enough money, you know, like people to finance the project, I could hire enough people. I'm like, wait, you got like millions of dollars lined up? Like, what are we talking here? I suppose if someone can get Concord greenlit, you know, anything's possible. It's always some big open world RPG too. Every time you're just like, okay, actually that's not true. There's one guy who wanted to basically remake Roblox. I'm like, and I mean with all the online server stuff too. I'm just like, you can totally afford that, buddy. It'll happen. Not to mention just getting people to play it in the first place. God, advertising is hard. There needs to be a calculation on the top of this. I'm having to redo this calculation so often. You have it. Yeah. One of my favorite quotes ever was like on an RPG Maker Reddit. The person said, I just want to make a little game like Final Fantasy IX before I work on my game. They were serious too. This is not like this was not a meme post. It was like going, just a little game like Final Fantasy IX. Where's it? They want to do it in RPG Maker. What? First off, if you can make Final Fantasy IX in RPG Maker, why did you waste your skills on such a thing? I mean, like, you're obviously quite talented if you pulled that off. Also, that game was made by hundreds of people over years. I do so love how people have no concept of scope. Like it all. Huh? I mean, it can be done. Because I came from the RPG Maker community, so that it can be done if you really want to emulate, make 3D happen. But that's because RPG Maker is built on Pixie, and that's just built on, you know, JavaScript. And in JavaScript, you can import something. So it is possible to import Babylon.js, which is a 3D engine, and then you could bypass RPG Maker. And you might think, who would do that? There are 2 3D plugins for RPG Maker when I last looked, like 5 years ago. So there was the 3D. It is possible. I don't know why you do it. But I started as a hobbyist there, so I do know enough about it to remember those exist. Or you could just use the 3D engine in the first place. Save yourself like a huge amount of work. Yes, right. You know, I use Unreal and you could just be using that. Now, I used to be a JavaScript dev, so I did a bunch of plugins for that. My own animation plugins too, which are probably better than PaperZD is, but that doesn't say much. Definitely better than the support that's built in for, you know, 2D graphics in like the base engine. But RPG Maker is very trash engine. Hey man, everyone got to start somewhere. We all have to have our deep dark secrets. Yeah, deep dark secrets, yeah. Right, move this to the top. Let's go into combat. This looks like, well, this could have just been a macro function, I guess. It didn't have to be on here. Do I need any particular? Just a function is fine. Image based on level, I guess. With level, I guess. Awkwardly, the most successful project I have was a plugin for RPG Maker, which has like over 100,000 views on it. Actually, that's incorrect now because my game on X has already got over 100,000 views, so. I mean, technically, this game has outdid that plugin finally. Huh. I don't need this out here. Actually, I could calculate healing. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. I've been hard at it with the, oh, I guess I want this as a macro. Hard at it with the advertising. It's a struggle for certain. For certain it is. Yeah. Now, if only that translated to wish list as well as it want it to. It's not yet. Expand nude. Collapse it to macro. Delete this one real fast. You're making that seem harder than it need to be. I'm upgrading everyone's damage based on their level, so with actually just a simple add their level to the damage and a variance thingy to multiply it afterwards to kind of mix it up a little. Oh, that's the wrong one. No, that's the right one. Right here. Okay. Could have saved myself some time by hooking it up first. But some of us don't do these things, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, let's just do this and do it then. No. You think it would default to then, and then you could just, you know, not have to do all the extra work, but hear me out, it didn't do that. Is there any point I want to calculate healing as well? I could calculate both. And then not have to have a second thing to decide. It can just spit out both. Enemies don't heal so far, though. Well, I guess they do, but I think the only thing that heals so far is with regen. I didn't really want to have enemies target each other like, you know, some sort of group tactics. I mean, it's a Metroidvania, not like an RPG. The toys are all insane. Insane things don't tend to have tactics particularly well. Like, not usually. Not in my experience, anyway. I mean, there could be that weird, you know, insane person in the park or something like that, and maybe they've got tactics that I don't understand. Maybe their tactics are so far beyond me that I just view it as insanity. Call this damage amount. I mean, I guess I could just do this. Save me having to have a second thing. And healing. Sure. Variance, variance. Did I forget to include that? So if you're using Unreal, what game are you making? What you doing? I mean, this doesn't math out at all. So there's a variance and it's adding to that, but at no point am I adding in the actual attack damage. Yeah, this looks a lot more correct. I don't know. I was thinking that way. I just decided I didn't want that. That's also why I'm doing the BPMPC thingy and then just having a little macro that can use because it's a lot easier than that. Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh, I see. I did that like some weirdo thing. Sure. I guess I could neaten it up by not having that down there, though I guess I'm never going to look at this again, so it doesn't matter that much. But if I wanted to be neater, I could technically put this down here, and then it would be... I could also promote it to a variable, but... I don't think that's actually particularly faster. I also don't think this neatens it up that much, to be honest. It just moves the line down there a little bit. Well, I could neaten it up a little, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't really help that much. Doing that, and then dumping this in here. So it actually didn't do a whole lot. Could have just promoted it. It'll bug me. Fine. You win. It's too ugly. I can't handle it. Just can't. Trading app. Oh. Noise, noise. Why am I... So, like, what are you trading? Like stocks or something? Or is this a game about trading? Like, what are we talking? There's no reason to make this not just an integer. The damage is not... Well... Actually, to be fair, never mind, I could do that. I guess there's no fractions, so it's fine. Step down, be ambition, using Unreal, since if you have really well. Aim for crypto trading, maybe stocks and beyond. Oh, nice. What's this whole making useful apps? That's weird. Why not just spend the next 5 years making a game that'll never happen, right? With, you know, a scope that sounds more like a 15-year scope for a single person. Yeah. And a budget of Hope Streams and a 12-pack that's long gone. Oh wait, that's my budget. Damn. I just prefer not to think about it. I mean, the smart people are just making the little quick apps over and over. Yep. Toss maybe a little Final Fantasy in there too, you know, for the cutscenes. It'll totally happen. I know what you're talking about. So many people are doing exactly this. Wait. Oh wait, it's a macro. I forgot macros aren't inherited by the children. So it has to be a function. Or I have to call an event. Or I can have the macro... Well, yeah, it's call an event. I can have the macro set it then, but it wouldn't be that handy then. I also have a function that sets it to save time. Then I send you to finish your current project? Yeah. Actually, more than a few people I know who haven't even started their ridiculous dream project. They just keep talking about it like they're gonna do it. And they do everything they can to not actually do it, but pretend like they really are working on it. And it's really weird. I'm just like, how long? Huh? Oh, thanks. Yeah. It's like 30-40% done. It needs some work. The first like 2 hours are pretty playable. Well, it takes me 2 hours to get through it and find everything. A normal player will take a lot longer because I know the right way. And where everything is. And all the weaknesses of the bosses. But right now I'm basically working out to a playtest that'll probably be like the next time I stream. I don't think it's going to be this time because I don't think I'm going to be streaming that long. I'm already 6 hours into the stream, so. And tomorrow I have to be up really early, so I can't stream tomorrow. Right now it's 5:16 a.m. and then tomorrow I have to actually be up at the mechanics at 8 a.m. So I won't be staying up super late there, but maybe the day after that I'll do a playthrough of the whole thing. I mean, I guess I could showcase some stuff right now if you want. Alright. There's a nav mesh down? Sure. I close everything, don't really care about any of this crap. Alright. Let me close up a bunch of crap on the side because the FPS is not so great with all that open. My computer, you know, is kind of a potato. Like the game gets, you know, 60 to 70 FPS when it's packaged and I'm not streaming, but when it's in the engine and I am streaming, my computer is happy if it gets like 30 FPS. Mute this music. Migrate myself to the other side. Aha. I forget to do that all the time, and there's a bunch of little switchers on the other side that you just can't see. Alright, well. The game's called Poppet Quest, as you know, and you're playing as Poppet, and was killed her soul stuffed into a doll, and she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse that causes them to go insane and try to kill each other. So this is like a theme park in a building, and it's kind of like It's a Small World, really, for all intents and purposes. The main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is what powers all your abilities. As you start to go insane, it will let you know. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power. If your sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes you over and you lose, so don't let that happen. Your curse can hit 0 all the time if you want, it's fine. Yeah, thanks. Let me equip a bunch of tarot cards here. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. You saw this one earlier, this is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. It makes friends. It does do the murder, and it does it well. I also block with my face pretty well. This is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. You can pick up inanimate objects and throw them. Pandemonium, huh? Oh yeah, you can manipulate drawers, cupboards, windows, doors if you have the key for them, stuff like that. You can also fall off like an idiot too. Can't say I've played Pandemonium. Usually the game people say is Alice Madness Returns, which is entirely fair. Because it's sort of like an Alice game. In that, not actually sort of way, but it's kind of like an Alice game. You're not in Wonderland and your character's, you know, named Poppet, and I get bit by a giant, you know, voodoo doll. It's like the same. Grab the key. Ah. Normally you have to get all these tarot cards, but I have them, so, you know, I cheated. I'm a dirty cheater. It's fine. Oh no, I jumped off like an idiot! I didn't have to get that key. I don't even know why I did. I just did it because I could. Go find a light real quick. See some of the other abilities here. Oh yeah. There's lots of ridiculous things in this. So this is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. It features the best hat. Bubbles enemies. This is actually canonically the way you're supposed to go in this room. If you have to get the magician from over there, but since I cheated and gave it to myself, it's no longer there. Well, actually, you could have taken the other way up onto the pipes and also reached over here, so technically there's a second way.
I saw the future in the gears whisper my name.
Get my sanity back real fast. In the upper left corner, it tells you if you're in the light or the dark, so that makes your life a little easier. Oh. Failing at jumping, bad at my own game. I'm canonically terrible at my own game. Let's see if I fixed this bug. I think I did. I did. Steampunk game. You can come out and look at the city. You can't leave the building because the curse is on the building and that's what's powering you, but you can look at it. If you jump off, you will die, so don't. You can if you want. I don't stop you. Gotta fix the pop-in on that. Just gonna flip that light on there. So the Empress is basically Bomberman. Red mushrooms deal damage to anyone nearby after they count down, so just like a bomb. And the blue mushrooms heal. Whee! Normally we wouldn't even have that here, but you'd have the Fool and the Magician at this point. Definitely not Temperance, jeez. I'm just a dirty cheater. Yeah, the key you actually need for the next area is right here. Like I say, I know where to go, so it actually only takes me a couple hours to get all the way through the first chapter. By getting everything. If I'm not getting everything, I can do it faster, but... Oh yeah, you level up in the game by collecting tarot cards, so you can kill enemies until you get bored, and all you gain is money for that. There is things to buy. But if you wish to level, you will have to find your levels. I came over here to get this key. The toy maze. I'm gonna slam that in their faces. Ain't no one like them. Oh yeah, you can also dodge too. I forget I have it. I actually jump more often than not to dodge things. It's got a Metroid style map so you can see where you've been. It just uncovers various areas. And different floors too. I've been through 1.71% of the game so far. Wow. As far as the map completion goes. I deserve that. I'm actually over leveled because I have myself set to the level you're supposed to be for the first boss. Which is why I'm just nugging everything in like one hit except for the more powerful enemies. Boom, insta-kill. Aha! I'll skip all the little side crap. I'm not gonna grab everything here. But we have Ducky Land. These exist purely so you can hit them. You can pick them up and throw them if you want. Just whatever makes you happy. Just for fun. I mean, it's a toy place, so there's gotta be toys everywhere. Exile those duckies. They know what they did. And technically I could blow it up too. Gotta be careful because the Empress can blow you up too. You can also like knock the duckies up in the air, which is fun. I don't think this weapon's actually all that good. It needs to probably be tweaked a bit so that it's a little better. It does do an AoE, so there is that advantage, but I think the Fool's actually just blatantly better than it at this point. Temperance is also pretty strong too. If he wants to load. You want to load Temperance, buddy? Pal? Friend? I improved the enemy spawner, and now it looks like the enemy spawner does a lot of damage. Oh, let me turn this light on. Let me attempt to turn this light on. That heal is not very strong. I think I'm gonna back away for a second here. I see what it is. Taking a beating. A lot of enemies spawn in there. They don't usually spawn that much. I'm actually quite happy they did. It means my efforts to make the spawner smarter has gotten very good. Maybe too good. I need to kill this thing. Friends were made. The longer you stand in an area, the more the game will punish you for it, so they never end the spawn, so. There are things that can cause them to, you know, vary how often they spawn. There are lags and things. If it fails to spawn enough times, it'll wait a bit and try more, but... So there were lots of people who were killed and their souls were stuffed in dolls, but one of them, her soul got stuffed in these paintings. And she lets you travel through the paintings to another section. Just basically sections of the building. Heater is on and way too hot, apparently. So, we'll head on over. It's taking a long time to load that room, though. To the Haunted Gallery. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. All the menus are here and everything. Saves, it loads. My dev menu, options, all that is here. Bit of an error apparently with something in it, whatever. See the map. Tarot menus, you know, these. The character customization does not work yet. I think so. And you buy things by, you know, Zelda basically, where you just walk up and buy things by talking to them. I don't have any money though, apparently. I'm only at 89 gold. And my shopkeeper didn't spawn, but that's okay. The shopkeeper's not technically who sells. It's the items themselves that sell themselves. It's complicated. My items are, you know, liberated. Yeah, that's it. Technically, I can overlevel here if I want. Because the dev menu just lets you cheat and just gives you free levels. Exactly. Just assume this door is not open. It's actually what leads to the second chapter, and I was trying to make certain these two connected. But just assume they don't. I forgot to close it. Don't hate. I mean, you can hate if you want. It's fair. I would hate. Doing a lot of balancing right now. This dash is actually incredibly strong. I should use it. But I actually find I don't necessarily need it either. I'll run the room like I don't have the tarot card mirror. You're supposed to get the Empress here, and you'll see the Empress's other ability. Because all the tarot cards have, like, you know, multiple abilities. They usually level restricted, but I haven't put all the level restrictions in yet, so... Oh yeah, the water is lethal to Poppet. She'll even talk about that. Don't jump in the water. There is a tarot card that makes you immune to it, but you won't get it until near the end of Chapter 2, so... Until then, I'm going to make you suffer the wrath of water. You're not going to like what happens if you jump in the pool. The pool is closed. Actually, you just die and respawn. Whatever you last saved. Sometimes it's actually technically beneficial because you don't actually lose anything for doing... Okay, I'm just going to slam that in my face. You don't lose anything for doing so, so... Gimme, gimme! Oh, you want it? Okay. You wanted it. You actually just drop it on him. It's pretty funny. You just set it down and throw it underneath it. Jump on the button. I kind of want an indicator for what that does. I'm debating on if I should, though. It does say, like, you know, control on it. Like, so this one says pool control. So, you know, I'm assuming they'll go outside and look at the pool and be like, hey, wait a minute. And if they don't, well, listen. Public education could probably use some help. It's not doing very good. They didn't read. Yes. Whee! This is a good way to go through. What a good way through. Yeah, that one's kind of hard to get through. Some of these are a little less good. I don't know why. I mean, the collision on them looks perfect when I look at it, but... Don't jump in the pool! Yep, you can see down here. Lots of water. Looks dangerous. Those waterfalls are lethal too. Don't jump in the waterfall. Trust me, you won't like it. It's also all these little boxes everywhere that have little tarot cards in them. They have a clue on the front of them. If you read the clue, you can figure out where to get a level. Or how to unlock the level. I need to give those enemies an additional thing they say. I also cannot light these by hitting it with the fool. That's not how it works. You actually have to use the magician to flip the switch. The magician exists partially because I played Control, and partially because I didn't want to have to animate Poppet trying to grab hold of all these things and opening them or whatever. I don't even know how she would open a door with a key. The doors are huge. I don't have the moon yet, so I can't open those. And there's actually a secret way over there too if you want to go that way. I hide secrets everywhere. I've been kind of skipping past all of them at the moment, but... If you take one of the secret exits, that actually leads to 2 separate rooms. Right now we're going after the Empress, though. Even though I technically already have it, but you know, this is how you would get it. Sure hope you like to look down. And it would be in here, but since I already have it, it is not. Okay, let's see if I can not jump in the water. Into the pool! Yeah, I can grow and shrink plants as its other ability. as its most useful ability. Yeah, the healing's not too bad, but it feels a little weak in combat at the moment. Definitely the crappiest thing I have at the moment. But I don't know, Temperance isn't that great if there's a bunch of enemies. Well, in a small space, I guess. If you're not in a small space, Temperance is actually pretty good. Oh well, balance can be, you know, done over time. And now, armed with the Empress, you can go do all kinds of fun things. Standing by this light here. I should probably take this other way out because this way kind of sucks in that it makes this seem too easy. So if you're paying attention, I'll show off some secrets, you know, just in case you think there is no secrets. Almost out of power, no. I recently made dashing cost more and make it weaker because it was so overpowered that it was just stupid. Sure hope you looked up. That was rude. Oh, I need this. Yeah, the new enemy spawner is better. A lot better. So the star trades sanity for health and health for sanity, depending upon which way you spin it. You spin it this way, you lose sanity, but you gain health. Yay! Spin it the other way, and well, you get the picture. I need to open this. Enemies are so mean now. I approve wholeheartedly of this. Yeah, sometimes you can run around out here. You can actually shove enemies off and they too die if they happen to leave the building, so, you know, just saying. That is an actual viable tactic of just shoving the enemies off. Random secret rooms. For funsies. Yes. Apparently it's a little laggy at the moment. Whee. You can break the cash register too. If it loads your hammer. That bug is kind of annoying. I'm gonna add a bunch of gears to this thing so that it explodes and parts go flying. But that's a future me plan, not a current me plan. Sometimes those enemies will try to leap across there and, you know, bite you anyway. I see him waiting. Oh, just for fun. Bouncy balls, yay! Oh. Kind of hard to yank out of here because there's so many of them. I missed. I'm so bad. Find the light quick. There's a light right above me anyway. Probably should waste all the MP doing that, or my increased power. Sometimes the insanity will make it real hard to see where you're going. Yeah, you know it is. Man, they do so much damage. I'm so proud of myself for increasing their damage as much as I have. We're doing the light. The star does actually just heal you up completely. Just saying. Yeah, the little equipper for that's not very good. It's like, it works, but it doesn't work that well. Like sometimes I have to shift it back and forth a couple times to get it to work. The bug to deal with. Though there haven't been that many bugs so far, so. More random secrets in case you're excited for these. I'll probably play it to like Patrick or something, and then I'll probably call a stream after that anyway. I'm already at like 6.5 hours, and it does not do good things for my neck and back to sit here this long. It does not. Even though I love streaming and would stream indefinitely if allowed to by health issues. Yep, if you happen to come up here, you get a tarot card. Yay! The Ace of Cups. Those enemies are so crap. They need to be worked on. I forgot to increase Patrick's health. How unfortunate. I'll just bypass this. There's a key up there. There's a crystal ball up there. You can go outside. Oh yeah, I want to bounce on the couch. I'm not going to pass that up. You need to see the bouncy couch. It's important. No reason other than it bounces. Boing! Yay! I don't get out much, okay? Don't question it. Unless you want to. You can question if you want. It's fine. I won't judge much. I'll judge. There'll be like 110% judgment. Yeah, it doesn't quite equip. I think I should add more of a delay. Seems like it takes just a little bit too long to equip. Yeah, Patrick needs like double the amount of health he has. I'm like one level higher than I'm supposed to be for this. I tried not to gain a bunch of levels just because I don't want to just steamroll him. He's got 3 phases. The first phase he just tries to hit you normally, so it's really a lot. Think Hunter levels? Sea Starfish? Kinda. He got named by Twitch chat. Can you guess why Twitch chat called him Patrick? To give you an idea, as far as something like that, I've been through 30% of this floor. 17.60% of the floor. So I've been through 10% of the total map of the game. But some rooms take a lot longer, and I also skipped a lot of stuff, but you know. Yeah. I think the Empress needs to be made so much better than it is. It's so garbage. Oops, I want this out. Thank you. The Fool has the ability, is free to swing, so that's why I tend to use it a lot. It doesn't have any costs. Other stuff I'm trying to balance. He starts summoning little helpers. These little fangirls. He spits them out. Don't worry, his third phase is the most interesting. About half health is when that one starts. This is the first boss, so. Alright. Find the correct one. These will close up. And then it floods the area out there with water, and you play a little mini game with him. You're basically playing Donkey Kong, and he's just rolling little spike balls down at you. Aha, dodged him. He'll vanish and the water will go away, and then you can go back down. So if you don't go in the right one in time, then you're just dead. So really, did you see that? Did you see that cheap crap he just did? Oh yeah, he gains a super jump later. I guess we're going to this one again, huh? That was never mind, I went the other one last time. Yeah, he needs a lot more health because I do too much damage to him. He also needs to start throwing these a little faster, I think. Maybe they just need to be quicker. They're physics based, so they do just kind of roll down. That's why there's little ramps. Got him. I need a better kill particle for that, but so I gotta give him more health and maybe spruce up the early phases a bit. I don't know. He is the first boss, so then you get the key. Go back to the toy maze here, and you can go into this other section. I guess I'll show off this ability real fast. One of the other abilities. So you can open this door of the chapel. And poor computer's just like, you've had Unreal Engine open for 6 hours while you're streaming, you fool! I'm like, fair. There's possessed objects in this room. I gotta...
Ouch.
do a bit of a puzzle to get the thingy. It'll do. That was too far into the lip. I only need 2 of these. I don't even want to grab a third one. The third one is just grab the... Wait, do I need a third one? Maybe. No, I don't. It's a little wonky, but... First place I had to start getting the tarot cards because you wouldn't have this card when you fought Patrick. The Hierophant makes these possessed objects behave. They take a beating. So you can use them like platforms. Run quickly. Do it. Run. There were points where I could turn it off and try to get my curse back. The enemies will start attacking you, so it's not necessarily beneficial to stop unless you want to stop. See, this character spawned where she was supposed to. Did you? No. Or you can also meet Charlotte while I'm at it. And then I'll probably call the stream after that, but you gotta meet the ghost girl who runs the place. She's instant kill if she catches you, so just don't get caught. I'll run away from her though. She can teleport to the smoke, so. Yeah. In this room you get to avoid her. In later battles you do not get to avoid her. You'll have to deal with trying to escape her. But here she's just kind of messing with you a bit. She'll only crawl around on the ground, so if you fall... Don't fall. That's a much better plan. Don't fall. There's like 4 boss fights against her, so... There's something like 13 boss fights in the game or something that are the mandatory fights. I like no curse left. Perfect time to go jumping. If you're smart, you'll just sit by a light that where there's no... The enemies don't spawn in this room, so you could just sit by a light and then you'd be safe. But hear me out. Nah. That's my entire argument, just nah. Wee.
Clocks tick to I saw the future in the boiler's glow. The wall talks to me.
As we use the light down there, right? But yeah. She kind of harasses you for a few rooms, and there's a boss fight against her in that room over there when you get to it. I flubbed the jump now. I'm so bad. If you flub the jump, you have to, you know, Empress your way up. Or go back around. You can do that if you want. Now you know what's stopping you if you want to. I hear all the cool kids go around. Oh man, that lag. Apparently she has a health bar. I had to fix that. She shouldn't have a health bar. I had that on. That was a mistake. Oh, thanks. Aha, she's standing there like, yep, I have conquered this plant. But I probably need to call the stream relatively soon here. But yeah, there's like a whole boss fight in here against like that where she tries to chase after you and you have to play with all these doors and things like that. Yeah, I mean, you know. So I said the game's more like 30-40% done kind of thing. Like, you know, there's a lot that needs to be done. It's one of those projects that turned out to be much bigger than expected. And even then, the level of delusion is quite high. As you see how many floors there are. There's actually a 5th floor down here too. And there's like 88 rooms. Well, I mean, it's at nighttime, but it's gonna be dark. But it's funny because I keep lightening the game up and people keep saying it's too dark. I think a lot of it comes down to monitors too. Because I have a second monitor, and on that monitor, this game is a lot darker than on this monitor. There is a skylight. Yeah, but it's nighttime, so I don't know how light I want it to be, because you also have to, you know, feel like you're in the dark too. But a lot of the old people, like old monitors people have really poor resolution for the blacks. Like there's not a lot of distinction, so it looks really dark for them. So I'm probably just going to add in a gamma setting so they can change it. And yeah, some of the textures definitely are, you know, a little less good. I had to blow things up to larger size. But yeah, yeah, the issue with the darkness really just comes down to monitors. There's just no world where I can make it a perfect setting for everyone. So without a setting like that, it's just going to be a problem. But I mean, I could just, you know, adjust this right here if I want and start playing with all the things like that. Night brightness. I already have things up. It's amazing, actually. The brightness really high here. I'm about high def. It's just the 1920. It's a 1080p. It's just the newer ones have a better, you know, difference between the blacks. Light up during the day. And this is daytime. I'm like, you know, the lighting for the day is terrible because I don't care about daytime. So, you know, but if you want it to be daytime, it could be real bright. But then it doesn't feel like nighttime. The new moonlight intensity and raise it up even higher. That actually will make it kind of blue because the moon's set for blue at the moment. I wouldn't want to do that much, obviously. Actually, I'd probably go back to where it was. I don't remember what the number was, so I probably should make a note of that. 4. Like I could make this like 0.1 or something, and it would add a bit of a blue to it to give a slight night feel, but I don't know if that's all that great. I could also make this white instead too, and it would be less. But then it doesn't feel nighttime, so actually it just feels like daytime now. But yeah, some of these ones are blown up really big, so they're well, everything's been blown up really big because Poppet's just a normal sized character. I found Unreal Engine doesn't like tiny characters at all. Like I tried doing that and it just starts clipping through everything. It's ugly. You don't want that. So yeah, some of the textures don't blow up as well as they could. But it's an indie game, so it doesn't have a budget. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got no budget. I've spent like less than, I think less than $1,500 in my entire game dev career of like, and most of it was spent on another game. This game just kind of got hand-me-downs and freebies. I think it's coming along well for that. Most of the money that I spent on this game went into Poppet herself. Because she's made in Daz. So I could buy some rights to use stuff. And I had to build her in Daz myself, but I'm going to. I was going to try for it this time around. I don't know if I'm going to do it this time around or not. Only because I don't have a demo together yet for him. But I also had like 3 months of health problems that kind of sidelined me. So the time I was going to spend getting ready for the Mega Grant kind of got held up by health issues. Don't have health issues. Don't injure your spine. It's important. Yeah. But I appreciate it. It might qualify. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I've been fighting with him for a while, so you just kind of roll with the punches. Sometimes you got to take breaks from stuff. That's why I've been trying to cap my streams at not as long. I used to stream like 10, 11, 12 hours. This is like 6 hours and 40 minutes. It's the longest I've streamed since the health problem started. I've got some disc bulges in my neck. They've been trying to figure out, they said they couldn't even cause my problems, but I've been struggling with like the last 5 to 6 years or so trying to get them to figure out what's causing all my issues. And well, don't know nothing. Nothing has been shown since then. It's literally just a... I don't really do sports particularly much. I end up with like neuropathy in my arms and legs and everything like that, and head. So, like they just go numb, which it's awkward for sports, if you know what I mean. It's not good. Amongst other problems. Sometimes it's just pain in the limbs and everything, or it's like they've fallen asleep and they just don't want to wake up. And it's just random when it happens and where it happens. So it's just like, I think there's like, it's like disc bulge I think are just, messing with my spine. Oh yeah, I've done all, not that, and you can, I've done like, physical therapy and the like. I do that, walking and things. But the reason why I stopped streaming a couple months ago, actually about 3 months ago, and came back to it more recently, is I was having issues just walking. I was just like, I would start to feel like I was going to fall over and just get issues with balance and everything. I was like, no idea. No idea at all. I have found that sitting in front of a computer does not make things better. It makes them worse. Yes. So that's why I kind of had to reduce my streaming and the amount of game dev. Exactly, yeah. That's why I'm going to call it, even though I don't really want to. Because as much fun as it is, I know I'm going to suffer for it. Besides, I have another doctor's appointment tomorrow I think I'm going to try to get another neck MRI. It's been 5 years, and I think the last guy didn't know what he was doing. To be 100%, I just think he didn't know what he was doing. Could have just been, I should have got a second opinion immediately instead of waited like 5 years. I don't do caffeine. I quit caffeine months ago. I quit caffeine and what alcohol I was drinking for a while, though I came back to a little bit of alcohol. Because I'm feeling better lately. Yeah, I've been down the rabbit hole of health thingies. And now I'm picking up doing more exercise things because I've been able to walk around a lot more. I'm not doing any martial arts or anything. You get back problems from alcohol, though? Fair. It actually was helping with acid reflux problems I was having, but I think those are caused by my neck issues. It turns out that there's just this nerve that goes through your whole body, basically like that, from like your neck all the way down to like your, bowels and everything like that. And when that thing gets tweaked, it can give you like permanent acid reflux that can't be stopped by anything. But for some reason, alcohol helps. So I drink alcohol because it helps with that. Normally, alcohol will give you acid reflux, right? That's what people tell you. The CNS, I know what CNS is. Dampens the CNS. Ah. Yeah. I mean, it does do that. But for whatever reason, it's the valgus nerve. That's what it was. It goes to like your whole upper body and started at the top, and pretty certain that's the issue. I've been like looking it over and dealing with that, but The problem is to figure out if it's truly the problem I have, which is like I believe it's a craniocervical instability. Basically, it means the top two vertebrae of my spine, like where it connects the head, are messed up. The only way to test that is a standing MRI. Hang on, ad. Oh, sad times. Silly ads ruining everything. Welcome back. Nah, I'm saying like basically, like, I think I have like a craniocervical instability, which basically means the top two vertebrae of my spine are messed up right where it connects the head. And but unfortunately, the way to test that is a standing MRI, and those are hard to get because laying down it doesn't put any pressure on the spine, so they can't see it. But the nearest MRI, a standing MRI, is hours away, and getting my insurance to cover such a thing is a struggle. Getting approval to use it in the first place from the people that have it, even without insurance, is apparently a struggle. That's my life anyway. And let's see. Initially, I lost like 2.5 years of game dev because of it. And then recently I lost another couple months, and back in last January, I missed a month as well. Oh yeah, I'm in the US. I'm told if you're in a place where they have like the public health insurance, then you can never get seen, which is even worse. Here, yeah. Depends. I can get seen for some things, but not for others. Something specialized like that, kind of hard. Yep, that's my struggle, if you will. So I don't know. Like I was gonna try for the mega grant, but I don't even know if I have time to pull it off. If I didn't have the health problems and I could just work as hard as possible up to it, it'd be fine. But there's some days I just can't do it. So you'll just see me not stream because of it. I had to come back and stream the last couple days, I think. So a fair amount. Oops, don't plug that one in. That one's broken. But we'll see on when the next time I stream is. I have been feeling pretty good lately, so I guess today I felt a little off, but I still streamed anyway. Maybe I'll get some good news from the doctor. I doubt it. But anyway, I'm a bounce, so yeah, appreciate it, man, with keyboard. And thanks for hanging out. And thanks to everyone else who hung out too, since I'm also streaming over on YouTube as well. YouTube did great tonight. There was at one point where there was like 35 people watching. Wow. Huh. Good times. Yeah, I won't be back tomorrow night. I might be back the night after that. Tomorrow night I have to, like I said, I have to be up at 8 a.m., so I can't really do that. Yeah. Oh yeah, before I had all the health problems, I was doing really well streaming. Between YouTube, Kick, and Twitch, I'd usually routinely get 50 plus people. Unfortunately, if you don't stream all the time, or you don't stream regularly, that does not happen. Because, you know, they reward, YouTube especially rewards people who do a lot of content. So if you stream every day, YouTube will reward you. If you don't stream every day, or you don't stream like at least 5 days a week, YouTube does not reward you. Anyway, you know, thanks to everyone who watched. If you liked the game, wishlisted it, or join the Discord and chat with me when I'm not streaming, or find out when I next stream. And there's only a couple people watching on Twitch, so I'm not going to bother to rate out. I can't rate out on YouTube, so have fun, everyone. Catch you later, man, with keyboard.